pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Goldfuss.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here. I'm not able to turn on my video for some reason.
I will check your settings.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Pappen.
Here.
Mayor Bonilla.
Here. Thank you very much, all present. I'm now going to read the COVID health orders. Due to the health orders in place currently, we're holding meetings remotely. Information on how to provide public comment is explained at the bottom of each published agenda. When public comment is announced for the item you wish to comment on, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you'll be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. So tonight we have two ceremonial items, and the first ceremonial item is with regards to Black History Month, which is February, Black History Month. We're going to have a member of the local NAACP, the Vice President Alexis Lewis, here to say a few words and receive this, but first I'm going to go ahead and read it for everybody. Whereas, since 1976, Black History Month has been an annual celebration of Black history and culture and a time to recognize the factors that shape the identity and experiences of Black Americans. And whereas the Association for the Study of African American Life and History has declared this year's theme as Black Health and Wellness, dedicated to recognizing the social and institutional factors that impact the physical, mental, and emotional health of Black individuals and communities. And whereas, as the nation honors the contributions that Black scientists, healthcare professionals, and activists have made to all facets of the healthcare system, we also acknowledge the inequities and injustices Black Americans experience each day that directly impact health outcomes. And whereas, this year is dedicated to examining the political, educational, social, and economic factors that put Black Americans at higher risk for cardiovascular disease, diabetes, obesity, and other illnesses. And whereas, while we strive to mend the inequities that impact physical health, we also recognize the psychological toll racism has on individuals and encourage dialogue to address racial bias in mental health care. And whereas, the City of San Mateo is committed to eliminating all barriers of racial discrimination in our community and encourages our systems, our citizens, that is, to explore local educational opportunities and resources available through San Mateo branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the San Mateo Public Library, and other community organizations. Now, therefore, I, Rick Bonilla, Mayor of the City of San Mateo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize this month of February 2022 as Black History Month. And I'm very proud to be able to have read that this year as it's been updated. And I'm now going to ask representative for the NAACP, Alexis Lewis, if she'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. As Rick said, I'm Alexis Lewis. I'm the first vice president of the NAACP and the chair of the Political Action Committee for the San Mateo NAACP. On behalf of our branch president, Reverend Lori Owens, and the branch members, I want to thank you for recognizing Black History Month. Black history is American history. It is more than learning about the brutality of enslavement, the rigid anti-Black laws of Jim Crow, and the lynching of men, women, and children. The Black American story is about the ways we have fought to survive and thrive in America since 1619. Black History Month is a time for us all to celebrate Black culture and the contributions of Black people, past and present. I encourage everyone to learn about the contributions of Black Americans like Crispus Attucks, Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Madam C.J. Walker, Jackie Robinson, Dr. Charles Drew, James Baldwin, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., James Lewis, Zora Neale Hurston, August Wilson, Althea Gibson, Thurgood Marshall, Ronald McNair, Naomi Sims, Marion Wright Elderman, Barack Obama, Bree Newsom, and our own Kamala Harris. There are countless others that have contributed to this great country, and this is the time for us to celebrate those contributions. Thank
And
you
Alexis
again.
Lewis.
Thank you. And thank you again for inviting us to receive this recognition. We do appreciate it so much.
Thank you so much, Alexis.
Thank you.
We raise our hands in appreciation for you, for all the NAACP does, and in support of all the great Black people who've done so many great things in our country, and in the better interest of stopping the suffering. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Good night. Next, we have recognition for our community housing developer manager, that is Sandy Council. And I have a commendatory retirement resolution here right now. So let me go ahead and start reading.
I have an alternative motion where we don't allow her to retire. Can I get a second?
Second.
Oh, that would be cruel. Okay, let me start. So, commending Housing and Neighborhood Service Manager Sandra Council for her 37 years of service with the City of San Mateo. Most of you guys don't know what 37 years worth of work is, so just relax, okay? So, start off. Resolved by the City Council of the City of San Mateo, California, that Sandy Council has served the citizens of San Mateo since May 1984. Beginning as a contract housing rehabilitation specialist, becoming a permanent employee in 1986, transitioning to a management analyst in 2000, and obtaining her final role of Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager in 2008, where she has led the operations of Housing Division, including, for a time, overseeing the city's code enforcement services, to make up over 37 years of service to the city. And whereas Sandy has been instrumental in helping the City Council, Community Relations Commission, and community in their discussions of housing matters that affect the City of San Mateo, its residents, workers, and nonprofits. And whereas Sandy's leadership has helped facilitate the rehabilitation and creation of thousands of residential units, including hundreds that are affordable to lower income residents. She's been critical to building and maintaining relationships with nonprofit community service providers. She has supported those in need of renter, first-time and home buyer housing rehabilitation assistance. She has helped the city obtain millions of dollars of funding for housing-related projects and programs, and has fostered the production of several housing elements. And whereas Sandy worked on some of the city's most notable affordable housing development projects, such as Montera and Kiku Crossing. And whereas Sandy holds a wealth of information about housing, economics, policies, and programs, and is known for using her deep knowledge of San Mateo and regulatory structures pertaining to housing programs to help the community understand complex housing issues so that everyone can join the housing conversation and be heard. She is extremely thoughtful and has distinguished herself as a hardworking and dedicated public servant. She is a highly sought after resource from her professional colleagues in the industry and was recognized in 2019 by the Housing Leadership Council with an induction into the Housing Hall of Fame. And whereas Sandy is highly regarded and respected by her colleagues, is a dependable coworker and friend who takes pride in her work and in her service to the community. She is always ready to lend moral support or a helping hand when needed. Her commitment to the community goes beyond city service, as for over 15 years, she served on the selections committee for HIP Housing Staff Sufficiency Program. She volunteered for the annual fundraising event for Samaritan House. She took part in the curriculum committee for the San Mateo Leadership Program and is also an active member of her church and with great heart volunteers to help those in need. And whereas Sandy has a delightful, fun spirit and hasn't missed many parties, always known for embracing the theme with a light heart and her signature laugh. Somebody's not muted here. We're hearing somebody. So she has a keen, let me go back, a keen Halloween participant with unique creativity, like the time she dressed as Superstorm Sandy. She participated in many employee-sponsored events, such as the Fun Train to Reno, where she and her colleagues would drink, dine, and dance all the way to Reno, even one slow-moving train through a blizzard in the mountains, not arriving until after midnight in Reno. She has participated in many recreation classes and played on the city's employee softball team and named the city Slickers, and she has had a blast through these many adventures. Whereas Sandy found true love when she married fellow city employee Paul Council in 1988, and they had 2 sons, Mitchell and Brandon, to complete their circle as a family. And through all these years of long, late evenings, their bond has remained strong and true, and her family feels her love and dedication to them deeply. And whereas Sandy's retirement on March 1st, 2022, will leave behind a legacy of diligence, hard work, and deep knowledge gained during her years in her various roles, and her contributions to this city and community will be deeply missed. And now, therefore, this council does hereby confer upon Sandra Council in its highest recommendation for the manner in which she has performed her duties, her extraordinary leadership, and for having been a difference maker in this community. She has earned the right to enjoy her time pursuing her passions and relaxing, with this community's deep appreciation for her genuine giving spirit and committed service. So this is adopted today, February 22nd of 2022, by me, the mayor, and the members of the city council. Sandy, can't thank you enough. Are you here to make a few comments?
Oh, I am. Thank you all so much. Unfortunately, my camera crashed. It was working a few minutes ago. So I can't, I can see you. You can't see me. I'm overwhelmed. A lot of people did a lot of research into that resolution. It's very bittersweet for me. Working for the city of San Mateo, it is like family to me, both literally and figuratively. As you know, I met my husband, Paul, there, and we raised our kids and participated in city events all our lives. I've worked with so many wonderful colleagues and city council members and community members. It's been a wonderful career. It's been a wonderful place to work. I've learned so much, got to work on a lot of interesting and meaningful projects. You like to think that the work you do helps people. I hope some of it, what I did has helped people. And I will miss it. This is a big part of my life, obviously, 37 years. I'm ready to retire, but I'm not ready to leave all my friends and colleagues. So you are all very special to me, and I will truly miss you all. But I will be around. I hope we will still be in touch over the years. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Sandy.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment?
Yes, please do.
Sandy, there are many experiences that I've had that made me so grateful to have this job, but you are one of the top. And I will never forget when you took me in your little car and we drove around the entire city so you could show me where all the affordable housing developments are throughout the city. And you had a spreadsheet like 8 pages long with the tiniest font, and you knew every single story of every single development that you had managed. And the number of personal stories that you hold and the number of lives of San Mateans that you've touched is remarkable. And I am just so blessed to have that memory of you and the time and dedication that you spent just with me in your little car. So I want you to know that you're a gem, and I'm so grateful for your service and to have known you and to call you a colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lee, for those kind words in regards to Sandy. So, get back to business now. It's time to move on to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item number 3, all matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 3, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 4, remote teleconference City Council and Commission meetings reauthorization. Item number 5, City Council guidelines, governance principles. Item number 6, Planning Commission appointment subcommittee establishment and committee appointments. Item number 7, Enterprise Resource Planning System replacement agreements and budget appropriation. Item number 8, East Hillsdale Park deed restriction. Item number 9, Clean Water Program construction special inspection services agreements. Item number 10, Citywide Custodial Services Agreement Amendment. Item number 11, the Annual Sewer Basin Rehabilitation On-Call Design Services Amendments.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So at this time, I'm going to ask if there are any members of the council who would like to pull any one of these items from the consent calendar for discussion. Please raise your hand if you do. Seeing none, then I'm going to go ahead and ask if there are any members of the public who would wish to discuss any one of these items. Please raise your hand.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we did have one hand raised and now it's down. So I believe we
thank
have
you.
no speakers.
Okay, good. In that
I
case,
move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
okay, motion and second to approve consent agenda. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call vote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Goethals.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Pappen.
Yes.
And Mayor Bonilla.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And public comment is the next. This is the public comment for items which are not on tonight's agenda. So members of the public wishing to comment on any item which is not on tonight's agenda may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. Public comment is limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, an opportunity for additional public comment may be provided later in the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers under public comment?
Yes, I have 4 hands raised. 5, 6.
Okay, so we only have 15 minutes and I see 6 speakers, so I think 3 minutes might be too much. Let's go to 2 minutes each.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker is Guillermo Cockrum. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, thank you. Honorable Mayor Bonilla, Deputy Mayor Pappen, Councilmember Goethals, Councilmember Lee, and Councilmember Rodriguez, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Guillermo Cockrum. I've been a San Mateo resident for over 15 years. I work as an adjunct professor at the College of San Mateo and Hillsdale High School. I have come this evening to express my concern about the destabilizing and warming of our climate, but also my support for banning fossil fuels used in San Mateo buildings. My concern is not just for my family, but for my students and people in our communities that won't have a stable climate for them to grow up and live. I'm well informed in the IPCC report and numerous recommendations from climate scientists that urgently warn governments and institutions to stop burning fossil fuels and producing carbon emissions. It is hopeful to learn that Mayor Bonilla has a proposal that would enable our city to eliminate gas burning in existing and new buildings by 2030. I'd like to voice my support for putting city resources towards this and feel it is a very important action. I'm here to ask you to respectfully prioritize this goal, put time, money, and staff efforts towards advancing this goal for our city. This would mean a lot to me to see our city take bold action that reduces carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Vivian Scott.
Thank you. My name is Vivian Scott, and I'm a 12th grade student at Aragon High School. I've lived in San Mateo for almost my entire life. I'm speaking tonight because I'm deeply concerned about climate change and what it means for my future. I'm especially troubled by the increase in wildfires, as I have asthma and I suffer when the air quality is bad. I'm grateful for your strong leadership in adopting local solutions to the climate crisis, and I respectfully request that you take further meaningful action while there is still time to tackle climate change. As our City Council, you have an important opportunity to act at an upcoming City Council meeting by adopting Mayor Bonilla's proposed objective for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 to establish policies to decarbonize existing buildings and eliminate methane gas use by 2030. Please adopt this proposed objective and devote additional staff and resources to the proposed objective. Thank you again for your strong, courageous leadership in tackling the climate crisis.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. The next speaker is Claire Shintani.
Thank you. My name is Claire Shintani, and I am a senior at Aragon High School. I have lived in San Mateo for my entire life. I fully realize that there are many issues that fill your agenda, and I thank you for your time. But I am speaking tonight because climate change is at the very top of my concerns. In school, we discussed morality. The question arose, is it ethical to have children? Not only does each person contribute to the worsening climate situation, but do I really want my future kids to live in an environment of ever-present droughts, wildfires, and smoke? I never thought that this topic would be one I would have to consider, but this is what my generation is facing if we don't take action. I am grateful for your strong leadership in adopting local solutions to climate change, and I respectfully request that you take further meaningful action while there is still time to tackle the climate crisis. As our City Council, you have an important opportunity to act at an upcoming City Council meeting by adopting Mayor Bonilla's proposed objective for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 to establish policies to decarbonize existing buildings and eliminate methane gas use by 2030. Please adopt this proposed objective and devote additional staff and resources. Thank you again for your strong, courageous leadership in tackling the climate crisis.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary Trott.
City Council members, my name is Dr. Gary Trott. I've lived in San Mateo for over 40 years. As a retired scientist, I am fully versed in all aspects of climate change data and future projected trends. As such, I would like to thank you for your previous leadership in adopting local climate solutions. Going forward into the future, I am strongly in favor of the mayor's vision to decarbonize existing buildings and eliminate methane gas by 2030. I realize there are problems of immediate concerns that the city must address, but together with balance, climate mitigation efforts must continue in earnest or deal with panicked crisis situations later. Therefore, I'm asking that additional staff and council time be devoted in the coming year towards a best path climate solution for the city of San Mateo. Previously, a draft policy for 2022-23 was proposed to decarbonize existing buildings, infrastructure, and eliminate natural gas by 2030. I would like to ask that policy be formally adopted at a future meeting. Thank you for your time and listening to my request.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Robert Whitehair.
Good evening, Mayor Bonilla and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. We know you have a lot on your agenda, so I will be brief. I'm asking that additional staff and additional council time be devoted in the coming year to the ongoing issue of changing at the local level the path of the climate crisis. In your goal-setting session on January 29th, this draft objective for 22-23 was proposed and moved to the next step. Establish policies to decarbonize existing buildings and infrastructure, eliminate methane gas, which we all know is called natural gas, by 2030. We ask that the objective be formally adopted at a future meeting, including a budget for additional staff time and outreach. I thank you for your courage and your consideration, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Vida Hashigatani.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Vida Hayashigatani. I'm also a long-term resident of the city of San Mateo, and I'm speaking tonight because I'm also deeply concerned about climate change and its impact on our future, especially for our children and generations beyond. With the rapid changes happening in every system of our environment, in the air, land, and sea, it's easy to fall into feelings of despair. However, I believe that actions taken locally will help mitigate the speed of change. This is why I'm grateful for the City Council's strong leadership in adopting local solutions to the climate crisis. And I respectfully request that you take even further meaningful action while there's still time to tackle climate change. Considered the most serious threat to the world, I'd like to ask you to place addressing the climate crisis at the highest level of priority and act now and lead the change by adopting Mayor Bonilla's proposed objective for fiscal year 2022-2023 to establish policies to decarbonize existing buildings and eliminate methane gas use by 2030. Please adopt this, and importantly, please devote additional staff and resources to this objective. For the benefit of our children and those who are born now and those who come after us, let's take this next important step while there is still time. Thank you for your courageous leadership in tackling the climate crisis.
Thank you. And our last speaker is James Higbee.
Honorable City Council members, thank you for the chance to speak tonight. And thanks for doing so much hard work getting our community started on the path towards a stable climate and healthy living spaces for us and our children. I'm here tonight to ask you to eliminate methane in our city's buildings. I'm a San Mateo resident since 2016, and in 2018, as a result of wildfire smoke, I purchased an air quality meter to help keep my young son safe. An unexpected result of measuring air quality, however, was realizing that our gas stove was often creating indoor air worse than the smoke outdoors. This helped me understand in a very personal way that methane is a clear and present danger. It's not only an explosion risk, it's not only an extremely potent greenhouse gas that destabilizes the climate and makes wildfires worse every year, but it's also a source of dirty indoor air that's harming our families every day. Eliminating methane is the ultimate win-win. Keeping San Mateo's residents safe and healthy and doing our part to limit climate chaos are among the very most important things we need to be doing as a community. Eliminating methane gives us one of the best bangs for our buck, making a difference in the short term and buying us precious time to scale up the massive clean energy infrastructure we need. So I'm asking you to make fighting climate change a top priority and to devote additional staff and council time this year to making our city a climate and clean energy beacon. The draft goal for the council this year is the following: establish policies to decarbonize existing buildings and infrastructure and eliminate methane gas by 2030. And I'm asking that you formally adopt this goal at a future meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have no other speakers.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll close the public comment period at this time. Move to the next item on the agenda, which is a public hearing. Item 12. Ordinance introduction, accessory dwelling unit ordinance amendments. I believe we have staff to present.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bonilla, members of the City Council, Zach Dahl, Deputy Director with the city's Community Development Department. 1 second while I go ahead and pull up my presentation. Does everybody able to see that?
Yes, we can see that.
Perfect. All right, so the item before you this evening is consideration and introduction of an updated accessory dwelling unit or ADU ordinance.
Zach, sorry for interrupting. You sound like you're in a tunnel.
1 second. Let me.
How's that? Is that better? All right.
It was just a glitch in the matrix.
All right. So by way of background, this ADU effort, this current iteration of the ordinance was initiated beginning of 2021. And that included community outreach and engagement in the spring and summer, and then a public hearing before the Planning Commission this past August, and then followed by a study session with the City Council in September. The community outreach efforts included 2 community workshops held on the 24th and the 26th of June, and then an online community survey that ran in July and August. At the Planning Commission's public hearing in August, the Commission did recommend approval of the draft ordinance at the time with a number of modifications. That included increasing the maximum allowable size for JADUs, removing a size limit for ADUs, and allowing the lot's FAR to govern overall size, modifying the proposed objective design standards for second-story windows and balconies, eliminating the owner occupancy requirement for ADUs that could be potentially reimposed after 2024, and encourage incentives for ADUs that exceed the city's REACH codes. In addition, the Commission did consider did recommend consideration of removing the R1, R2 daylight plane for new ADUs, and they did request that a graphic study be provided to further examine how daylight planes impacted the construction of two-story ADUs. At the City Council meeting in September, there appeared to be a majority support for a number of provisions, including the size limit for JADUs at 650 square feet, allowing the lot's FAR to govern size of ADUs rather than setting a maximum size limit, and did provide some refinement to the code language for second-story decks to provide a path in certain circumstances. There was not a recommendation on height limit or daylight plane, and a request for additional graphics to illustrate how daylight planes could impact ADUs of various heights and roof designs. In addition, since we have now completed 2 years from the state's updated ADU laws, I did want to provide a summary of some ADU permit data to give you some context. As you can see, since starting in 2019 and then progressing even further in 2020 and 2021, we've seen a significant increase in ADU applications and ADU permits. And one thing to point out is oftentimes the number of ADU applications is larger than permits issued, because you do kind of have, there's a number that are submitted one year, but then ultimately issued the next year. And I think that can be illustrated by, of the 83 applications that we received in 2021, 57 are still ready to issue but haven't been pulled by the owner or are still completing their review process. And so oftentimes the prior year's applications are reflected in the next year's permits issued. With regard to ADU permit data in 2020 and 2021, which are good examples of the more recent rules on how to build an ADU, the city had a total of 175 ADU applications. A large majority of those had an average size of between 400 and 700 square feet. And I think that's reflective of the physical limitations of many of the lots here in the city of San Mateo. And a majority of those applications were for detached ADUs. Of those 174 applications, 18 were for two-story ADUs, 7 attached and 11 detached. Of those 18, 10 permits have been issued and 4 have received their final occupancy, so they are occupiable. And then looking even further specifically at decks, 2 of those ADUs had exterior stairs, and then a third one had a 250 square foot deck. For the discussion topics this evening, I'll provide an overview of the draft ordinance that's before you. And then spend some time going over the height and daylight plane graphic study that was an attachment with your agenda report, and then also touch on a number of other areas that there have still been some questions, and the council may want to still either accept or refine the content that's in the draft ordinance, and that is size limits for both ADUs and JADUs, and then for two-story ADUs, the regulations for privacy and decks. And then also an overview of the alternative discretionary review process that staff has included in the current version of the ordinance. So the proposed ordinance before you this evening, and a lot of this is governed by state law, does allow for an ADU and a JADU on any lot with a single family dwelling. It does allow by right ADUs of up to 800 square feet in size and at least 16 feet in height, with that 800 square feet being exempt from a lot's floor area ratio. So even if a site is maxed out, they can still build an ADU of up to 800 square feet. For setbacks, the front yard setback is still enforceable, and that is included in the ordinance. And for side and rear yard setbacks, a setback of 4 feet is what is required, and that is the maximum that can be required under state law. For design standards, we are looking to ensure that attached ADUs, whether it's attached to the main dwelling or attached to an existing detached structure, they're architecturally compatible with that existing structure that they're being added on to. And we are also looking for windows that face a side or rear property line to be offset from the windows of an adjacent structure to maximize privacy for both of those lots. With regard to ADUs in multifamily buildings, our ordinance does allow them as permitted by state law, which does allow for non-habitable space to be converted into an ADU or multiple ADUs, and for the construction up to 2 new detached ADUs on that site with the multifamily building. The ordinance does also include updated junior accessory dwelling unit standards that are consistent with state law. With regard to parking, the base requirement is that 1 additional off-street parking space is required for a new ADU, and no parking is required for an ADU or JADU or an ADU that's converted from existing floor area. However, there's a number of exceptions that functionally eliminate the off-street parking requirement for, I would say, probably 80 to 85% of all lots in the city of San Mateo. One of those is if you convert a garage or a carport, no replacement parking is required. And in addition, no off-street parking is required if you're located within 1/2 mile of a public transit. And this is any public transit stop. You're located within a architecturally and historically significant district. When there are on-street parking permits required, but not offered to that ADU applicant, or if the ADU is within 1 block of a car share vehicle. To help incentivize or encourage off-street parking to account for those extra cars that could be using that site, the ordinance does allow for additional areas of a site to be used for parking. That includes putting parking in a setback area, allowing for wider driveways, and allowing for tandem parking. Now I'll move on to the ADU height and daylight plane study. First, for some background, the city measures height in 2 ways. And so you'll see all height requirements, there'll be 2 numbers. The first number is the plate height limit. So that's the height control to the top of the wall plate height, and then the overall building height, which is to the highest point of the roof structure. For daylight planes, the daylight plane in the city of San Mateo is a further regulation that pushes taller development elements to the middle of a property or further away from a property line to maintain reasonable light and air to flow between structures. For the city, it starts at 12 feet above a property line, and then the plane moves inward at a 45-degree angle. And this is a requirement for all structures in the R1 and R2 districts. For ADU height, there have been basically three different bundles of height requirement that have been considered. At the lower end, we have been looking at a 16-foot plate height with 24 feet to roof peak, and that's considered the low end, and that would still exceed state law, but it would still allow for 2 stories in certain circumstances. The mid-range that has been under consideration is 20 feet to plate and 28 to ridge line. And then what is required or allowed for main dwellings is 24 feet to plate height and 32 feet to the ridge line. And one of the reasons that we're looking at these different height limits is for a main house that's subject to this 24 feet and 32 feet, these structures are subject to a larger rear yard setback and larger side yard setbacks. And so knowing now that state law limits the setbacks that we can require for side and rear yards, that is why we are looking at potentially different and lower height limits to offset now that these buildings are much closer to property lines than they have been under current zoning requirements. So I'll now walk through a couple of these graphic studies here. These studies show how you could achieve a 2-story ADU in each of of the height limits that's under consideration. And it also shows how the daylight plane would be applied. So for this slide, you can see that you could achieve a 2-story ADU with 8-foot ceiling heights. The wall plate for the second story would be approximately 6 foot 10 inches. So you'd have more of a loft style second story. You could also have a second story that has dormers to increase that roof volume. And so you can see here, this meets the 16-foot plate height and then also the 24-foot ridge line. And you could achieve it within the daylight plane at a 4-foot setback. For these examples here, this would be the mid-range height limit where you have a 20 feet to plate and 28 feet to ridge. You could achieve 9-foot wall plate heights for both your first and second story, and you could do it with a range of roof types, whether it's a shed dormer roof, traditional peaked roof, or a flat roof structure. And you can see here the application of a daylight plane would push the building or the second story element further back in order to comply with that daylight plane. And then looking at the largest height limit, that's 24 feet and 32 feet, you could achieve a very large ADU. And in this case, you could achieve 10-foot first and second story plates. You would need larger setbacks in order to be within the daylight plane, but you could also look at shed roof or other roof forms if you wanted to achieve those larger room volumes. So here you can see both with the daylight plane and the different height limits, you can achieve a second story of varying degrees in all 3 scenarios. Also, there was discussion about when you add a second story ADU over an existing garage, how could you do that both with a height limit and particularly how would the daylight plane impact the ability to build that structure? And so here, both of these exhibits, they show a garage, if it was built 0 lot line, how you could add a second story to that. And in this case, you would need to set it back starting at 5 feet and then stepping back an additional foot for each additional foot of wall plate height that a property owner was looking to achieve. So you could do it, but it would require a stepped setback for that second floor element. Similarly here, this is if you had a detached garage that provided a 4-foot setback or larger. Similarly, you can see you could actually achieve larger wall plates of 9, 10, or 11 feet on the second story, but you would still need to set that back correspondingly to be within that required daylight plane. And then another one looking at if you just had a regular first floor and a second floor. So this is imagining your finished floor meeting minimum building code with an 8-foot plate, how you could then put a second story on top of it. So this could be either an addition to a main house, or this could be an addition to an existing 1-story structure or a new 2-story ADU. So you can see here, if you want to maintain that contiguous wall plane, you'd start at setbacks of 6 feet, 7 feet, and then move back depending on your desired wall plate height. So also it would be achievable, but you would need a larger setback if you did not want to step your second story back from your first story. And then similarly, looking at a 9-foot first story, how you'd be able to achieve that second story above it. Similar characteristic, but just step back even a slight bit further because you are dealing with a taller structure now. And then also the graphic study did include a number of photographs of various ADUs, sizes, shapes, architectural styles. One of the things with our ordinance is we are not requiring compatibility of a detached ADU with the main dwelling. So that does provide a range of flexible design alternatives, including prefabricated units. But as you can see, there's a full range of different ways to build an ADU on a property, whether it's attached or detached, and then also some photo exhibits of how these interiors could be achieved as well. So touching on the size limits for ADUs and JADUs, state law has a number of requirements, and as noted before, one of them is that an 800 square foot by right ADU must be permitted. If we are looking at setting a minimum size, the minimum size for a studio or 1 bedroom is 850 square feet. 2+ bedrooms is 1,000 square feet. And then they set a cap of up to 1,200 square feet. However, in consultation with state HCD, they did confirm that limits can be more permissive and go beyond that. That isn't an upward limit cap. And Initially, that was the threshold that was set when the draft ordinance went to the Planning Commission, but based on the Planning Commission recommendation, that upward cap was removed. In terms of, we did do research of other jurisdictions around the peninsula, and most do adhere to that 1,200 square foot limit, and some even set their limits at the low end. And I know one practice that I've seen in a couple of jurisdictions is they'll set their baseline limit at the low end and then add incentives to allow for larger ADUs, such as providing an off-street parking space or providing larger setbacks. So I would say that the majority of jurisdictions that I've looked at, and I do apologize, I'm not as well versed in the jurisdictional research as our prior planner for the ADU application, Philip Brennan, did that, but I've been reviewing the research he did. So I have that available if you have further questions on the topic. And then also for JADUs, the size limit is up to 500 square feet. But similarly, HCD has confirmed that ordinances can be more permissive if desired. So what is in the current ordinance that's before you is that there's no specified size limit, and that the maximum size of an ADU would be governed by a lot's floor area ratio. So for ADUs that go above 800 square feet, whatever remaining floor area ratio is allowed on that lot, that could be absorbed into that ADU over and above 800 square feet. And for JADUs, the size limit is currently proposed at 650 square feet. With regard to two-story ADUs, there are a couple of design requirements, objective standards that have been included in the ordinance that's before you. One of which is obscured glazing for windows up to 5 feet above the finished floor for second-story windows that are within 5 feet of a property line. So functionally, if you have an ADU built at that 4-foot side yard setback, windows on that elevation at the second-story level would need to have glazing at least for the lower half of the window to meet that requirement. With regard to stairs, landings, and decks, there was, based on council's prior direction, we did look at ways that we could set objective standards. And what we found was, one, as noted in the permitting research, we have not seen many two-story either stairs or even decks proposed as part of many of the ADU applications that come in. And so often, site standards, the context really matters for a second-story deck. If you have a large lot, if you're surrounded by open space, there's certain circumstances where a large deck would not pose any potential privacy impacts on an adjacent property. And other ones, there's a lot more sensitivity. And so rather than setting objective standards that there's a wide range of whether they might be successful or not, and given that there's relatively few low interest in decks for two-story ADUs, what staff is recommending, and this can be adjusted as desired by council, is that an exterior stair and a landing that meets your minimum ingress and egress requirements is allowed, provided that there's a minimum 5-foot setback required. But for a larger two-story deck or balcony that's proposed, it would be subject to an alternative discretionary review process. This would be zoning administrator level, and I'll go into the findings here in just a second. But what this would do would allow for decks to look at the context and be designed to find an appropriate balance. And that could be requiring screening along a nearby property line, maybe including solid railing on edges of the deck that are closest to a property line, or orienting it in a way to find a balance with privacy and owner desire. So going to that alternative discretionary review process. This was also something that was mentioned by Planning Commission, and we've heard from some members of the public, as a way to provide for an ADU, for maybe there's site constraints or some other reason that where an ADU might not be able to fully comply with the objective standards in the city's ADU ordinance. And so this would provide a path for an ADU that maybe has a special consideration that's not a variance, that would allow for that ADU to be reviewed and potentially approved. And so we're, as proposed, we could use this path for larger second-story decks when they are desired by a property owner. And so they would be a zoning administrator staff level review. And we do have findings that are consistent with how we process SFDDRs. And we would look at really 3 findings. One of them would be consistent with any applicable objective design standards in our R1 single family dwelling design guidelines. We would identify that it's not resulting in any negative privacy impacts on an abutting residential lot, and that it would not result in a negative impact to public health, safety, or welfare. And these are really established to be able to find a middle ground when looking at these elements, balancing privacy of an adjacent property with the desires of the property owner who's proposing the ADU. We also wanted to make clear that going this path wouldn't preclude anyone from still seeking a ministerial permit that is fully consistent with the ordinance. And this ZA decision could be appealed to the Planning Commission. As drafted, as a means to avoid this process getting excessively drawn out, we have proposed that the PC action be final, but that's a stipulation that could easily be removed if council desires, which would then allow for an appeal to ultimately reach the city council for final determination if a situation merited. So for tonight's discussion topics, as outlined in the presentation, we have highlighted the 3 height options that are up for discussion. And you can see in the draft ordinance, those are specifically highlighted. So it ultimately we'd be looking to council to weigh in on the height limit that should go into the ordinance. Also, just touching on it, as I didn't mention it earlier in the presentation, I can provide a range of heights that other jurisdictions have established with their ADU ordinances. Many jurisdictions have set it at the minimum. Others have parsed between a detached ADU and an attached ADU. And a number of jurisdictions do allow for 2-story ADUs. So if there's interest, I can provide more details on the height limits established by adjacent jurisdictions. Another question we are looking for, as currently drafted, compliance with the daylight plane is part of the ordinance, but if desired by council, that can be modified or removed. And then obviously we are looking to confirm the size limits that are currently in the ADU ordinance. Right now it is set by FAR, but it could be adjusted to have that 1,200 square foot limit if so desired. Similarly with JADUs, 500 versus 650 square feet. And then confirmation or modification as so desired on how decks are allowed for 2-story ADUs and the mechanics of the alternative discretionary review process that could be used for ADUs that do not meet the objective standards. For next steps, provided that the ordinance is introduced in some form this evening, we would bring this back for second reading in March. And then with that, it would take effect 30 days later, sometime in April. During that time period, we would send the final draft to HCD, and they would have up to 60 days if they wanted to provide any comments or make or basically raise any issues if they feel it's inconsistent with state law. However, based on our conversations with HCD in the past and based on our review here, we feel confident that the ADU, our ordinance, is consistent with all applicable pieces of state law, and in many cases it is more permissive in terms of the ADUs that it could allow. Once it goes into effect, we will be working to update all of our informational material, and we will be scheduling some community outreach in the form of workshops later on to allow the public an opportunity to better understand our ADU regulations and provide a forum to ask and answer questions. So with that, the recommendation before you this evening is to introduce the ordinance as proposed or as modified, to introduce these updated amendments to change the definition for junior accessory dwelling units and then update the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So with that, my presentation is concluded, and I'm happy to answer any further questions that you may have.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate all of that work that you've done there. Going to bring it back to the council here for questions. I see Eric Rodriguez's hand raised. Please go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and excellent presentation, Zach. I am actually interested in seeing the your back pocket slide of the local jurisdictions and what they're doing. If you could maybe present that.
Sure thing. Let me pull up that spreadsheet. All right, so I have this was rather extensive, so we can go down if you've got a specific jurisdiction in mind, I can just kind of scroll through, and we do have a number of different topics, whether it's size limit or height limit. And one of the prevailing themes we did notice was that there was often a lower height limit for detached ADUs, and that many jurisdictions deferred to that underlying height limit for attached ADUs. And I think the logic there is that when it's part of a house, it makes sense to allow that addition to have the same height limit as that main dwelling unit. But with a detached, which is often much closer to a side or rear property line, a lower height limit made sense to balance potential impacts on adjacent properties.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I was just interested in just seeing them, but I guess is there any way to maximize your screen so you can see more of the vertical?
Apologies, I can email this out, or I can try to pull this table into a slide, but
so
given the number of entries.
City, 16, Burlingame 16, Redwood City 20, San Carlos 16. Okay. All right, well, that's good. That's the only question I had.
Okay, next, other questions?
I have a couple questions. It was that you said, Zach, thank you for the report, by the way, that there were jurisdictions that increased the size of a ADU based upon to the floor area ratio maximum if there were certain concessions that were provided, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And we haven't done that, isn't that right? We've just said we're going to increase it to the maximum allowed by FAR, correct?
That is correct. As drafted, it just it would allow any ADU to go up to that maximum permitted under FAR.
Got it. Okay. I have one more question. So it was that some of these heights would not be compliant with an R1 light plane. Isn't that right? So as I understood it, it was option number 2 and number 3 would not be compliant with the R1 light planes that we have if you did the 4-foot setback.
That is, it wouldn't that they wouldn't be compliant. It's that you'd have to be a little bit creative with your roof design or other elements. And so essentially a second story element would need to be stepped or articulated, or maybe you push the ceiling height within the roof form. So there are ways to meet the daylight plane at that 4-foot side yard setback while still achieving a usable and reasonably height second story. But the closer you get to the property line, the more challenging it would be under the daylight plane, but it's definitely achievable.
You have to go back on the second story.
Yes, you'd have to have a step setback, and you do see a lot of homes around the city that have step second stories as part of their design.
Okay, any further questions, Diane? Okay, thank you. Who else would like to ask a question? Okay. And Councilwoman Lay, do you have any other questions? Any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, good. Well, I have a couple of questions. I'm looking at the drawings that were sent out with the packet as compared to a drawing that you showed earlier in your slides, and I apologize, I didn't catch the slide number there. But I noticed that when I'm looking at the ADU studies, I guess, every single design that you show, which shows varying setbacks, it shows daylight plane, it shows different plate line heights and ridge heights, but I don't see anything on this that illustrates, for instance, if you have an excavated crawl space and a footing foundation. You did show that earlier, before these slides. It was toward the beginning of your presentation.
So
there we go. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So I want to point out while talking about grade and heights and varying slopes that we have on lots, because we have lots of hilly areas where homes are. Not all lots are level. In fact, most are not perfectly level. And some are even located within floodplains. The slab on grade not being the best for the floodplain because much easier to flood. With an only 8-inch above the grade, water in some kind of a strange flow event, given climate change these days, could be flooding there. Is that a viable, consideration you consider, Zach, for this?
Many of those studies, we did look at the concept of these units being built above a garage. And so that is why we showed that lower slab. But we also did look at that 8-inch above grade for finished floor, which is the minimum that the building code requires. And so this, it's shown as a slab, but you can also do an excavation and footings and achieve that same. Oftentimes that might push the finished floor to maybe 10 or 12 inches, but it's still achievable. So obviously that would squeeze your first and second stories a bit, but especially if there's a mid-range height limit, that still seems very doable. Here, I think really you're looking at a second story that might have to have a setback either for the wall if it's 2 stories on top of each other, or a stepped setback in order to achieve it. But you could still do it within any of those height limit scenarios within the daylight plane.
Right.
So I think maybe here's an example of how you could step a setback.
Yeah, sure, and I understand that. Now, going back to the footing that I described, which you showed the picture of a minute ago, excavated subspace, footing walls, and the footing in that case needs to go 8 inches above the grade for code, and then you would have about a foot of floor. So I'm thinking that for utilities, in my homes, I have my furnace, even my water heater, below grade in those areas. And I'm not saying have to excavate, fully. What I have is a tunnel, kind of, a walled entry that goes down to my water heater. But I'm thinking about flexibility, allowing people to take into account different soils conditions, different possible flooding conditions. And then I'm thinking about the height that comes from that. And like you mentioned in response to Councilwoman Pappin's question, regarding the daylight plane, there are ways to deal with that. It's not the great difficulty that some people might think it is, although it does reduce flexibility. And flexibility, I want to mention here, just like with the SB9 work that we were talking about earlier, what this measure is designed to do, the ADU law, is once again to allow housing. And it's not necessarily housing for just individuals or couples, but as was mentioned earlier, we may need to have some 2 or 3 bedroom units, which could certainly fit within a 1,200 square foot size ADU well. So I think those were my questions though, because we have terrain on hills that varies from a high side that might be 3 feet above at one corner of the house. The grade that the house would sit on at the lower side. And I think we need to be able to allow what area, the high area, should determine grade so that the house can be built up on a structure that supports it above flood zone, depending on whatever conditions we may get. So thank you. That's my question for that right now. Any other questions? Okay, none. Then we're going to go to public comment.
Now would be the time to raise your hands if you would like to offer public comment on this topic. Okay, first speaker is Eric Holm. We have 4 speakers in total, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's go with the full 3 minutes then.
Up to 6. But
I think we're still good with 3 minutes.
okay, thank you. And if you could please.
Is that everybody? Is that everybody? Please raise your hand if you're intending to speak. There we go. Okay. We're still good with 3 minutes, I think.
Okay, thank you. First speaker is Eric Holm.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for this great work you've been doing, for the numerous meetings you've had on this. As you know, I've spoken at several of these meetings, and I am a proponent of the work you've been doing and of building these ADUs taller than 16 feet, and of removing the daylight plane or making a modification of the daylight plane. One important thing I want to point out, I live in an R2 zone, and my neighbor has a second unit built in the back, so similar to what an ADU development would be. And they built it following the daylight plane. And I really honestly don't notice a difference. The building height, the overall size of the building is what you notice. You see a building. You don't see that it's set back. You don't notice that maybe there's a foot more sun on your yard. But year round, you see the larger building. And the reality is that allowing people to extend beyond the daylight plane or make an adjustment to the daylight plane would actually make your building smaller, would have a smaller footprint because they wouldn't have to step in. And I would like to point out that there is already language in the ordinance to some extent that allows for that, at least in some conditions. The current R1 language allows for a 2-foot extension to the daylight plane when the existing building is 3 feet above grade. And that recognizes that a number of original buildings were built with a foundation and cripple wall underneath it. And so the current R1 guidelines allow that, and it would be a minor modification to extend that option to ADUs as a detached structure in the case where the primary residence is 3 foot above grade, or if the building was in the floodplain. And that might be a compromise that may help council on this issue. Additionally, as Mayor Bonilla was asking about utilities and whatnot, I would also like to point out that as you build in the back of your lot, you have an extra 60 to 100 feet to get out to the city utilities for a sewer run, and the ability to have a building slightly higher above grade gives you a little bit more room for your plumbing connections and such to make that fall rather than making them all below grade. If you just do a slab on grade, you're probably gonna have to fall about 4 feet to get out to the city street from a sewer connection, which not all of the city lines are that deep, and then homeowners will have to put a ejector pump in. With balconies, I would like to say that the ability to have a administrative review is a fantastic addition. I really think that's going to be a good addition. There was, however, previous language that had some cases where it was allowed that might be worth preserving to save homeowners the expense of hiring an architect to go through those design iterations, not knowing if that will actually be approved or not. And lastly, with the max FAR, which is a unique thing to the city that you guys have developed, we'd like to point out that other jurisdictions can go 800 feet over your max FAR without that. So I like that addition you guys have made. It's really creative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bob Kiss.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much to the council for the opportunity to speak here, and thank you, of course, for the process that you've been going through to get to the decision-making points. I represent Sugarloaf Homeowners Association, and we've sent in a couple of comments. We sent one in just earlier today. I don't know that you've had a chance to see it. First point is that we all recognize that the state has made decisions, and we have to comply with those decisions. Important point is that there's not a one-size-fits-all here. And in thinking about that, we did an analysis which we sent to you, and I hope you'll have an opportunity to take a look at that. We used the historical ADU permitting numbers that were shown earlier in the presentation, and we looked at the projections for net new housing that came from the GPU report that came out recently. And we did a very simple analysis looking at what is the relative contribution likely to come from ADUs relative to the other net new housing likely to come from what will happen under the general plan. And the conclusion there is that the actual contribution from ADUs is relatively minor to the overall addressing of the housing issue. Yet, as you've heard from others, and we want to emphasize, because one size does not fit all, we really feel there's a potential for negative impact on neighborhoods that could be major. And that's what the purpose of doing that analysis was, to look at what's really the benefit of the ADUs to the overall housing problem, and what could be the negative impact on neighborhoods in creating a different kind of problem, whether it be parking, privacy, all of these things that people have brought up. So our position is simply this: you've had a presentation here of three different options in terms of governing the height limits, and from our perspective, we hope that you'll make a decision to stick with the 16-foot maximum plate line for the city of San Mateo for these ministerial ADUs. We do think there may be situations where a larger footprint and height could work in a particular setting, but we don't think those should be governed under a ministerial process, and those should go through a formal review process as we've had in the past, to make sure that the one size does not fit all doesn't cause problems for the neighborhoods. So that's our position. Hopefully you'll have a chance to take a look at the information that we put together based on the data that we obtained from the city, and we hope that you'll make the right decision for the city of San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Virginia McIsaac.
Thank you very much for Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members for the ability to speak to this ordinance that you need to vote on. We believe that the 16-foot, 850 square feet is sufficient for the housing crisis. And we also are worried that should 2 stories with decks be implemented, that we will have neighborhood wars. We'll have neighbors fighting against neighbors. And that's not what we want to have in San Mateo. We want to have neighborhoods that are cohesive and that are friendly and not in a war zone. So hopefully you'll keep the ADU ordinance at what the state mandated, which was 16 feet, and preserve the daylight plane. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Martin Wiggins.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Just a brief comment. Number one, let's not have any neighborhood wars. Hopefully your neighbor adding a deck doesn't incite war. Let's be neighborly. And just as someone who owns a home that wants to add an ADU, just a little concerned about the 16-foot limit. There's a number of architectural styles that dormers are not really consistent with. And so if you say you're going to 16 feet and you can do a second floor, but you have to do dormers or you have to do these architectural modifications. It's certainly true that does exist in the city, as I think Zach was saying. But I, for example, have a sort of Spanish Mediterranean style house, and while traditional, it's flat roofed. And so I think just wanted to consider that you're offering the ability to do a diversity of architectural styles. And so a bit of a higher limit seems to allow more flexibility for that. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Don Bogue. And just a mention for the attendees, we have accidentally somehow turned on the Q&A. Staff will not be responding to any Q&A comments, so if you do have a question for the council, please go ahead and raise your hand so you can ask them directly. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Linda Bogue. I'm actually on my husband's computer with bigger screen, so change of character here. But I wanted to make 2 points. The first is that the city routinely acknowledges its neighborhood's diversity and affirms its intent to preserve their character. That diversity is reflected in differentiated single-family zoning codes R1A, R1B, and R1C. So why is the city moving to adopt one-size-fits-all zoning for ADUs? We felt the impact of one-size-fits-the-whole state as not being apt at times for our city, and why would we do the same thing here? Why not also tailor this aspect of the code for ADUs to the needs and wants of residents in those various zones? Speaking only to my neighborhood's R1A code area for San Mateo Park, I urge council to stick with the state's requirements for ADU height at 16 feet to the plate line and square footage of 850 feet or what's allowed under existing FAR rules, to retain the daylight plane and to require ADUs be architecturally compatible with the main home. R1A code, in requiring bigger setbacks and smaller floor area allowance in relation to lot size than elsewhere, reflects this neighborhood's value for privacy and open green spaces that, importantly, support our treasure trove of heritage trees. The state mandated parameters for ADU size are sufficient to spur needed housing development through infill building. My neighborhood will contribute. By not expanding on the state's maximums here and adding a reasonable design standard, we can move forward with ADUs while also giving due consideration to this neighborhood's distinctive character, and other neighborhoods might similarly speak to their specific interests. The second point, our most pressing need is affordable housing. Neither ADU legislation nor Senate Bills 9 and 10 addresses anything but market rate housing. And bringing enough market rate housing into force to drive down rates will take years. Without subsidy, and that's important because I don't see the state helping us out with subsidies for affordable housing, land and construction costs mean that building affordable units generally does not pencil out. And unfortunately, with housing costs now increasing faster than wages, the affordability gap is growing. But ADUs aren't burdened by land purchase cost. They could pencil out for affordable housing. Now, I've been led to understand that some cities interpret there is authority to require affordable rates for new built rental ADUs so long as that requirement applies throughout the city, or perhaps to add that requirement for city-allowed ADUs larger than state maximums. Seriousness about bringing on affordable housing soon suggests the city seriously consider these possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Weinauer.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for your time tonight. I just want to echo a strong agreement to that prior speaker with the emphasis on affordability. That's fabulous. We need a laser focus on that. It's just a reminder here, first of all, that there are many in the city that want to see managed growth and ascertain the impacts of ADUs on things like parking, traffic, police and fire response times, water, and other scarce resources. Some of the things that I've seen come up lately are fairly alarming. Things like Mayor Bonilla and Councilmember Lee saying they want to eliminate the preservation of neighborhoods from the general plan. That should not be something that we actively seek to eliminate. And it's deeply concerning when the Planning Commission wants to reduce public comment. We should be seeking to increase public input to these processes. I agree with streamlining, but we can't do it by getting rid of public comment. We already get trimmed down to like 1 minute in these meetings. So Mayor Bonilla, I will commend you for giving us 3 minutes here. That's great. Please do not remove the ADU size limits. Go with what the state has. You have maintained the 16-foot plate line. Allow taller through the discretionary application process under the right circumstances. You can still get 2-story ADUs in that footprint. Please do not modify the objective design standards for second-story windows, balconies, and or decks, and do not remove the daylight plane requirement. Naturally force ADUs to fit much better into the lot by enforcing those setbacks to allow for light, air, and preserve open space. There's a reason this is a universally applied design standard. And please do not, under any circumstances, remove the ability for neighbors to appeal these, especially in the early days of this ordinance. This is uncharted territory. It's pretty new, and every law has unintended consequences and circumstances that are not envisioned by the original ordinance. So, and I would add the last thing here, that any council members that are currently building, designing, or planning to build an ADU in the next 12 to 24 months should publicly state that tonight, and should potentially recuse themselves from taking a position and voting on this ordinance, because it's a direct conflict of interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan Grimes.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. Really appreciate all of staff's work on this. I know this is taking quite a while to get here, but I'm really glad it's here now. I would hope that the Council will follow in the footsteps of other nearby localities like Redwood City and create an ordinance that seeks to engender the creation of the most new housing possible. We should be making it as easy as possible to expand gentle density options in our neighborhoods. I do just want to very quickly push back on one of the comments that I heard. ADUs do in fact provide affordable housing. And in fact, if you look at Craigslist right now, you will find that virtually all of the units listed fall in the below market rate rent bands. These units are a really great tool for affordable housing. On the topic of height, I do want to bring your attention to SB 897, which is a new bill introduced earlier this month by Senator Bob Wieckowski from the East Bay, who has authored multiple pieces of ADU legislation in the past. Among other things, the bill would raise the minimum allowable height for ADUs under state law from that 16 feet that we're talking about to 25 feet. Notably, the last ADU bill Senator Wieckowski authored, which was SB 13 in 2019, passed the legislature overwhelmingly by a vote of 35-4 in the Senate and 68-6 in the Assembly. So when considering ADU height, I would encourage the Council to go with the highest possible option, lest we end up wasting staff time and end up back here 12 months from now. Thanks so much for your time tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Susan Rowinski.
Susan, I think you'll have to mute yourself, please. I mean, unmute.
Okay, can I start back? Can I get a restart? Thank you. Susan Rowinski, Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission. My views are that of a private citizen and not of the Commission nor Public Works. Let's see, I just want to make some comments here on the alternative discretionary review. Anyone should be allowed to appeal to City Council. That is our standard protocol. I also want to mention that I would preserve the R1 daylight plane. And in fact, before I go into that, I do have a couple of questions for staff. Is very early in the beginning of this process, Christina, the Director of Community Development, mentioned that there was a lawsuit against Redwood City regarding building second-story ADUs over garages and soft structures. And that had to do with earthquake or egress or exit and entrances. I'm curious if anybody has any input or updates on that. That's a question for staff. Another question I have for staff is if I am building a second-story ADU, or if I need to build a second story, should I go through the single-family dwelling design review or the ADU, JADU ordinance? The single-family design review is set up in our city to manage second-story installations. And so if we allow second-story ADUs, JADUs, should they not go through the same design review? Why have two separate design reviews for second-story ADUs and JADUs? That's ministerial. And yet have the single-family dwelling design review if I want to build a second story. So you've got two processes trying to address the same problem. So that's what I would do, by the way, with second-story ADUs, put them through the single-family dwelling design review. And then we have single-story ADUs, and I would keep them at 16 feet. In closing, everyone, I heard all of you talk about that, and yes, this is a big change. There is a lot of change going on, and it will continue. And all of you can help the residents by making some of these adjustments, such as allowing second-story ADUs to go through the single-family dwelling design review. Why not? There are things you can do. You don't have to necessarily go above the state laws or mandates, but you are. So help us to ease our transition into the new world. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonathan New.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll keep my comments pretty brief. I'd like to echo Martin Wiggins' comment and support the ADU ordinance with the maximum height limit and flexibility. We have a housing supply crisis, and I'm encouraged to see a consistent increase in ADU applications. And I think maximizing our flexibility can only help that trend continue. I would suggest that we consider limiting the appeal process. We've seen with other kinds of appeal processes that these appeals just are ripe for abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lori Watanuki.
Good evening, Mayor Bonilla and members of the City Council. My name is Lori Watanuki, and I would support a detached ADU of 850 square feet at a maximum height of 16-foot plate height, and I would not exceed 1 story. This is a state of California standard. I would also preserve the daylight plane at R1 and R2. 2-story ADU would be going above and beyond state allowances, and the architectural style of the ADU would be the same as a single-family dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have no other speakers. We just got 2 more hands up.
Okay. Are you going to call?
No, I'm okay. Mr. James Wang.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Wang, I think you need to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Okay, Madam Clerk, then I'm going to close the public comment period, bring it back to the council.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, do we have any questions from all of that public comment that we want to try to clarify in any way? I think I have one, but we'll let others go first. Okay. Seeing none.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Just to reiterate, Zach, if you don't mind reminding us, at this point, the ADU laws defer to the underlying zoning code. So right now, can you clarify what the underlying zoning code is?
When you say underlying zoning code, what regulations are you referring to?
The height, the underlying zoning code for height for R1.
The underlying zone district requirement for height for main structures is that 24 to plate, 32 to ridge. But those are for main structures that would meet those R1 or R2 setback requirements. You can, in the rear third of your lot, build a detached structure as potentially as close to as the property line, but it's limited to a 9-foot plate and a 16-foot height.
The ADUs that are currently under application, they are subject to the current underlying zoning code. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have been using that underlying height limit, so the 24 and 32.
With the established 4 feet setbacks. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, so we do have ADUs that are under application, that are in process, and also have been constructed that are with the 4-foot setback, and also are at the 24 plate height. Is that correct?
They could be. As I noted, there's a range. Most ADUs are not getting to that height, but I was not able to ascertain because our tracking system currently does not look specifically at height. For those 18 ADU applications that are 2-story, I don't know specifically what the heights are for those structures.
Okay, so I think it's really important for the public to be reminded that the current code allows for the highest possible height, which is which is aligned with our current R1 zoning code. And of those projects that have been built that are 2-story, remind me again how many applications we got and how many of those were actually 2 stories?
Since 2020, which would be ADUs that are subject to the current rules on the books, we've received a total of 174 ADU applications, attached and detached. Of those 174, 18 were for 2-story ADUs.
Right. And also, isn't it true that in many existing established neighborhoods, including in Hayward Park, there are many ADUs that have been built on top of garages that would exceed the 16-foot height plate?
I do know in certain neighborhoods you have that it's like a carriage house style where you do have that unit above a garage, but I can't speak to specifically what those heights might be.
Okay, so I mean, I think it's fair to say that that our existing neighborhood character actually does include essentially ADUs that are 2 stories, and from what I've seen, living in the city for many years, they are above 16 feet because they have ample living space above existing garages. So I think it's important to just kind of remind folks that that is actually part of our existing neighborhood character and the landscape of architecture that exists within the city limits, and that our current zoning code is actually in effect at the highest level, aligned with the R1 height. So just wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone in the room here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lee. I also have a question, actually, because I heard one speaker referred to the Redwood City height issue, referred to a lawsuit, I guess, maybe, I don't know. I think when I looked at the chart that you showed there for a little while, your spreadsheet, it looked like Redwood City. I think that what I learned also, sometime back in talking with one of the council members there, they settled on a 20-foot height limit for the top plate. Can you look at your chart and see what that shows on that, Mr. Dahl?
Yeah, so the Redwood City height limit does allow 20 feet to plate or top of flat roof, and then they allow for an additional 4 feet for a pitched roof. So 24 feet to the tallest roof element. That's the height limit for ADUs in Redwood City.
Good, thank you. And I want to say that similar to Councilwoman Lee, I live in Hayward Park, where we have alleys between the streets. And in our alleys, it's absolutely very common to see 2-story, 2-story garages, a garage with an ADU on top. And they look to me like, and many of them have flat roofs. Some of them have other roof styles, but they were built, some of them, like this neighborhood's 100 years old. And some of these things have been converted from carriage houses and added on to. So I feel that character varies from neighborhood to neighborhood. And I think that one of the things that is important here, and I heard it mentioned by several speakers, is allowing for flexibility. I don't think everybody wants to have a 2-story ADU, but I think we need to allow them where maybe the size of the lot limits, and you can, like my lot is only 40 feet wide, just for instance. Here in Hayward Park, many lots are only 40 feet wide. And if you don't build a second floor on your unit, you'll have no backyard left. So I just want to put those out there, I think, for considerations. But I want to open it up for other council members to go ahead and make their comments. I see Councilmember Rodriguez. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify and respectively push back on a couple of the comments that Councilmember Lee made previously, in that what I think that staff is trying to present here is, and to say that what is being proposed, the heights at the highest limits, or what is being proposed is the same as the residential structure. I really think that that's not an apples to apples comparison, because especially for the detached ADUs, they're going to be subject to much different setback requirements than the main primary structure. So I think that that's a key differentiating factor. And to say that it's all the same height limits, I think that's a little bit overlooking that fact. I think there's a little bit of kind of when we're talking about existing structures that are over garages currently. I think that's obviously correct. That's fact. But when we're talking about like wanting to preserve what we currently have, I think that's one way of looking at it, but there's definitely an alternative view there to look at it. And I guess the question is to staff, can you explain again the differences in the setbacks between the detached accessory dwelling unit and the primary structure, and why there's kind of why you recommended the different heights, or at least you presented the different heights?
For setbacks, for a main dwelling, you're looking at between 5 and 7 feet on a side, depending on the district. And then also for the rear, ranges from 15 to 25 feet for the rear. So yeah, an ADU can get a few feet closer on a side, but meaningfully closer in the rear. And so the daylight plane could address some of that, but I think that's why in a number of ordinances you see a difference between a height limit for an attached ADU versus the height limit for a detached ADU.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we can do a second round of questions here. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay. Then, well, I guess we got to go on with comments. So any council members with their comments?
Well, I don't know if I have all my comments put together here, but this is one of those times when we really have to take into account that we truly are all in this together. And I know I said that earlier as it related to some of our previous discussions, but we are. And a lot of this job is weighing competing interests, not just one interest, not just another, but we sometimes have to weigh them. And so for my purposes, I am concerned about the change in the setbacks. And it is not throughout the city that we have accessory dwelling units that are up to the 4-foot lot line. That's just not the case. So now that we have this new changed condition where you can only allow 4 feet of a setback, I think we have to look at, and you showed me quickly that, Zach, that sheet as to what other jurisdictions were doing, not very many went above the 16 feet. And we've already decided that we're going to go bigger to floor area ratio, which I think is a good thing. It will allow for perhaps more bedrooms, which I think is very important. So I'm just thinking about when sometimes we're all in this together, it might butt up against the next person. And so my feeling is I want to be sensitive to the light line. So I'm not sure I want to see changes there. And I'm welcome to further discussion, but I'm not sure I want to see changes to the light plane. And I'm not sure that I want to go at least above the, for a detached, 16 to the 24. I mean, when I look at what other jurisdictions have done, I think we would be pretty in line with what's going on in our community. And I think it kind of keeps in mind that whole thing that we're all in this together. It was what was advocated initially when we first took this up. So I kind of feel like that's where I'm leaning, but I'm really would welcome to hear others' points of view on how we balance these competing interests and how do we do so in a way that takes into account competing interests. So anyway, that's where I can comment on the other things too if you want, as it relates to discretion if it's non-compliant. I think that's something we should look at because we might be creative there. And then as it relates to council action, I'm inclined to have appeals go to council only because that's the elected body, and ultimately they respond to the electorate. So I'm kind of leaning that way as well. But I welcome further discussion.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Patman. Anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the last meeting when we discussed this, I clearly remember thinking that, wow, we barely have any residents here commenting, and we're not hearing from the neighborhoods like I was hoping for. And over the past 6 months, I think that we've heard a lot from residents. And I know that I've talked with, especially last year as I was wrapping up my year as mayor, with hundreds of residents about this. And from my conversations, at least, the vast majority of residents who I spoke with were concerned about the largest ADU sizes and wanted to keep the existing daylight plane and privacy restrictions. Now, obviously, there were some residents that wanted the maximum height. And mostly I found that those were people who wanted to build a large ADU on their own home, an architect or residential developers. That's understandable. But for me, the key question is allowing taller ADUs somehow going to help address the shortage of affordable housing. And to the best of my knowledge, the answer we have is we don't have any evidence of that. And the other question is maximizing the heights necessary to create a very comfortable accessory dwelling unit. And I believe the answer to that is that you don't need to maximize the height to still have a very comfortable accessory dwelling unit. At the last meeting, my primary focus was to ensure that we kept the daylight plane restrictions because along with the neighborhood privacy safeguards, I believe that those were even more important than the height restrictions, especially for the structures, the existing structures that have no setback right now. And I know that there are quite a few neighborhoods that have a lot of those. After speaking with all these residents and studying this issue, and this is speaking with residents across San Mateo, not in any one particular area of San Mateo. And then after examining the renderings of some of the ADUs that were created by the Cannon Group, I mean, some of those look very tall and big. And I can imagine if that was built by my backdoor neighbor, that would be looking into my backyard. I'm really thinking that that we need to move here with caution. I think that the reason we are having this discussion is that the state changed a law and made us clarify it, but that doesn't mean that we need to increase our longstanding ADU ordinances just because of this new law. It doesn't require us to go bigger. It gives cities the discretion for a reason, and I think we need to use that discretion. I really agree with Councilmember Pappen, and I also give her credit for coming to this conclusion last meeting. I wasn't there yet, but I am there now, that for detached units, I don't think we need to go higher than the 16 feet. And I also don't think that we should be allowing decks that are overlooking neighbors' yards. I mean, again, this is an accessory dwelling unit. Put a deck on the main home if you want to have a deck, make a patio, but I just don't think that that's necessary to have a great accessory unit. Those are my thoughts for now. I will say that we could, and what we're talking right now is what is by right. So without any discretionary review. If we wanted to go higher or we wanted to have something else, that could be discretionary review, but at least neighbors would have a say in that. And I also think that all of these should be appealable to council, who is accountable to our residents. So those are my thoughts I have for now.
Mr. Mayor, can I go?
Sorry, yes, you got your hand up. Please do.
No worries. Thank you very much. So I would say that my position really evolved on this. I thought about it from all different perspectives. I had my concerns early on. I was worried we were going to see just an absolute avalanche of ADUs coming at us from every angle, and it was just going to be overwhelming to neighborhoods. In the past few years, we have not seen that. I think the data on recent ADU applications is really confirming that there are specific property owners and specific properties that can accommodate an ADU appropriately. I think given the current heights that are allowable and the current applications that we've seen, this isn't something that is an emergency. It's not. We have not seen an epidemic of ADUs at high heights and that are very disturbing. I think we're very close. I think the council mostly is saying the same things, that we support these and we understand the state law. It's just a question of whether we feel like the person who wants to add the ADU above the garage needs to go in for a special application, special use permit, whatever it is that we're requiring that is not by right. And how many of those are we really going to see? It doesn't appear to me that we're seeing that many of them. So it's not quite the epidemic that I thought it was going to be, which I'm pleased about. I mean, I didn't want this to be a huge inconvenience on our neighborhoods, and it appears that it's not. So that's a good thing. I do think that we will see additional applications as the years go on, and I appreciate how much thought and time went into the recommendations by staff. I'm comfortable at the higher heights, mainly for some of the reasons that were mentioned by our speakers tonight. I think that Eric Holm is one of the individuals who's served as a commissioner for the city of San Mateo for a long time. He and I have both been residents of San Mateo forever. And he really helped me to see where these fit in and what their purpose and place is, and how they can be an addition to neighborhoods, and how they can really serve the right purpose. But as always, you have to be good neighbors. You got to go out and talk to your neighbors and let them know what you're planning. That's the neighborly thing. It's the San Mateo way, and I hope that everybody's doing that as we try to wrap our head around this crisis, and as people rightfully try to build on their own property an accessory dwelling unit that's either for their parents or their kids, or that helps them pay the mortgage. I mean, if that's what these are being used for, and that's what I see, and that's what everyone who's talked to me about these tells me they're being used for, I think it's something that we should support. We should support the property rights of homeowners, and especially when so many people are just trying to scrape by to pay their mortgage. These are the kinds of support mechanisms that people need in order to get by, or to house their kids when they come back from college, or to house their parents when they need the help. And to the extent that we're supporting them and making it something that's useful and beautiful and has great architecture, that doesn't in any way hurt the character. It enhances the character of our community, and that's how I feel. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Goethals. Who's next? Okay, I see Ann Rensley. Go ahead.
Well said. I would agree. I see so many advantages to continue the course, which is what we're already doing, which provides greater flexibility. And I think the advantages of allowing for greater or keeping the existing height under the existing zoning code is that it actually will allow for more habitable space above garages. We know that parking is such a dire need, and it's actually not required to be built. But for those people who do choose to build parking and want to build a living space above that parking, they have the opportunity to design for a beautiful space that can create real dignity for people and not ask folks to live inside of dormers. We're not creating maids' quarters. We're creating spaces for community members to live in that are dignified. And I think that allowing for greater height and flexibility in these edge cases, right, is only going to enhance the neighborhood character. And it builds on the existing landscape and existing architecture that is already here. So I'm in favor of staying the course on what we're doing. I agree with my colleagues about exercising some discretion where we have a chance to do so. It would be helpful if we had like a slide to guide what we're supposed to talk about. So the decision points. Thank you. Yes, so I'm okay keeping the daylight plane. I think that I would go with the Planning Commission's recommendation of setting the maximum size of the detached ADUs using the FAR. I spoke to height, and I forget what we were saying in terms of the alternative discretionary review process. The Planning Commission appeals, final decision, or appealable to council. What is the standard practice right now? Remind me again.
Right now, any appeal, any decision made by the Planning Commission can be appealed to the City Council.
Okay, then I think that it would make sense to be consistent in that way. So those are my thoughts.
Mr. Mayor, may I interject?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Okay. There seems to be, and I'm going to try to find some common ground here. First of all, nobody's implying that if you have a dormer second floor, you're a maid. And I take great issue with that. I don't think that's an okay thing to say. But I would like to say there seems to be some concern about existing garages and being able to build above an existing garage. And I'm not sure where that's coming from, but maybe that's an area where we find some common ground and we do allow a full 2 stories, or we allow the 2 stories that relates if it's attached to the house. And maybe we have these restrictions as it relates to what has changed, which is the 4-foot setback. And that is something that's different than what we've had in perpetuity until 2020. So maybe it is that if we have this new detached structure that goes at the back of the property that's not your existing garage, that's where we might have more of a restricted height, because that is something that's new. But I get it when we're talking about an existing garage or an existing structure. So, maybe that's where we find some common ground here, and that's where we make some distinctions. So I throw that out to you because I think that might be where it's where the tensions maybe run the highest between 2 different properties, not people necessarily, but the properties. So I throw that out as something perhaps we should consider.
I appreciate that. If through the mayor and Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Pepin, and I think that could be an area of compromise where we think about providing greater height or potentially size incentives for projects that create off-street parking or have opt into increased setbacks. So I'm open to that as well.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
I just want to thank the deputy mayor for that suggestion and the creative solution, and I think we should continue to work on that. I think that's an interesting idea. I'm going to think more about that tonight.
Okay.
Before we adjourn, or tonight after we adjourn?
I haven't made any comments yet, Diane.
Probably after we adjourn.
Yeah, probably after. Although I want to remind everybody, what staff is asking for is a ordinance tonight, but they don't have to get that. If we're still in our process, we're still in our process. So I want to weigh in with my thoughts on everything I've heard here tonight. I want to thank all the members of the public that I've heard from over these many weeks with their comments, many in favor of heights and increased flexibility with spaces and so forth. And then others, of course, relating everything to the character, the existing character of their neighborhood as they perceive it, and wanting to basically maintain status quo. There are clearly some people who feel that we shouldn't even allow ADUs, I think. But that said, we do have a law. And much like the situation we discussed with SB9, we have a law, and it says that we must allow these, we must approve them at certain levels. They must be approved ministerially. And then we have a suggestion from staff here tonight that if things require some discretion, then we can go through the zoning administrator process, which does have a time that allows for an appeal. And it's a whole different process. I want to say I really appreciate Councilmember Gothel's comments and Councilmember Lee's comments, and I'm thankful for Deputy Mayor Pappin's suggestion regarding the provision for building over existing buildings that are like garages on the back of your lot or the side of your lot. I think that that's something to be commended. Also, I want to add a couple of other things. It's regarding character. I know that it's possible to build ADUs which are designed to meet the character of the buildings in the area. They don't have to stick out. Whatever height they are, they can match existing architecture of the house. Although I know I don't think we should require that, but I think that it's good. And many people who live in a neighborhood would appreciate that, including many people I think who might want to build, if they want to build a second story ADU. But even a first ADU, first story, one story, should match, I think, architecture. I think, and when it comes to attached ADUs, which are added on to an existing home, those should be allowed to match the height of the existing building, because otherwise it would look odd. They should have their floor at the same level. They should be able to have their roof match the roof on the existing house. I think that as an addition to a building, they should match in architecture somewhat. And I want to say that in terms of applications that we're seeing, the chart that was shown, most of the applications we're getting are one-story applications. We're not seeing a lot of people saying, I want two-story units. And I think two stories aren't for everybody. It depends, like I said, on the amount of land that you have to use. If you're in a smaller a neighborhood with very small lots like mine, then you're going to want to be able to go higher because there's not enough land to just spread out on. So we have to have some flexibility here, in my opinion. I think we also need to be concerned with the floodplain. We need to allow people to build higher just to get their floor space, their living space up above what could be flooded. So that again requires flexibility, or it could just be something that we allow as a matter of what's allowed, so that people can allow for all these different contingencies. Also, you can stick, like I said, your utilities and ducts and plumbing and everything under the house where it's accessible, because in a slab, your plumbing is not accessible. I've been on jobs where I've had to jackhammer concrete out to get to a broken water pipe, and it's not a pretty thing. A lot of noise, a lot of dust in a house. So I recommend crawl spaces whenever possible, and that requires a little more height. The state recommendations are minimums, and we're being allowed the discretion to go beyond that in order to allow the people of San Mateo to exercise their property rights, to be able to build what they want within certain parameters. And the 4-foot setback, likewise, is required by the ADU law. We can't require further setback than that on the ground floor. And I think it's worth suggesting if some people want to have good communications with their neighbor over what their possible ADU might look like and how it might impact their neighbors. I think people should be able to go over and talk to their neighbors and share with them their plans. They're hoping to add something to their property, and they want to get their opinion and try to work like neighbors on, how this can be shaped. So that said, when it comes to the items that you were showing, Zach, I'll go down the list there. But I wanted, thanks. Okay, so regarding the height, I think I already expressed my feeling. I think we should be allowing higher heights because conditions vary on different pieces of property, and I think that's only reasonable. The R1, R2 daylight plane is, I listened to Eric Holm myself. I read the letter that he sent to us, which was 2 pages of very dense and meaningful text along with some diagrams, which illustrated the daylight plane. And actually, I believe what he said, which is that the daylight plane is not really what you're going to notice outside in your backyard. It's going to be the fact that the building is there. And 1 or 2 more feet of shadow on your yard beyond the 6-foot fence that should be between your houses, not going to make that much difference. Like I said, though, neighbors should be able to talk to each other about doing this. Regarding the maximum size, I support the suggested maximum size. I think ADUs should be allowed to go up to 1,200 square feet. Not everybody will, not everybody wants to, but if you want to house, for instance, your grown adult kids with children, then I think that size might be needed. The JADUs, 650 square feet, make a lot of sense to me. They don't have to be. I know a lot of people don't want to build anything bigger than 400 square feet because it's a lot of room out of their home. So, I mean, that's a discretionary thing, but I don't think we should crimp people's ability if they have a large home to make a larger ADU for their parent or their grandparent to live with them. Regarding decks for 2-story ADUs, I think that the regulation on the stairs is probably reasonable. If there are exterior stairs, there should be some kind of a distance. I don't know about 5 feet. I think 4 feet's better, but preferably if I were going to build an ADU of that height in my backyard, I would put the stairs in my backyard, not on the side of the structure. I think that'd be a better plan. The idea of allowing zoning review or approval for things where people may want to do something differently, I think is perfect. Like I say, it's a process that does allow 10 days for the public to appeal if they disagree with the zoning administrator's decision. I think that's very reasonable. And I think appeals should be brought to the council. I agree with all the other council members on that. So those are my thoughts on that. So I guess, Zach, the question is, does that sound like something that we're going to be able to pull into an ordinance tonight?
The language that I've heard so far is definitely language that could be folded in as part of the motion to introduce the ordinance. what I heard consensus on was allowing appeals to go to the city council. It appears there's a consensus on a height limit, but I'll defer to the motion maker to set that. And I didn't hear anything else to specifically modify it, except for maybe pulling out a requirement for daylight planes, if there's consensus on that as well. But everything that was discussed here, it sounds appropriate to incorporate into a motion where you could still introduce the ordinance at tonight's meeting if so choosing.
So let me just make one last comment, because I just remembered regarding the size, I'm not sure that what I said covered it, but I feel that because you can add an up to 800 square foot ADU, even if your house is consuming all of the FAR on your lot, that we should allow the ADU and plus the FAR to equal the FAR plus 800 square feet at the max, and draw the line there. I don't know if other council members thought about that, but currently people do have homes where state still allows an 800 square foot ADU on top of a fully maxed out FAR. And I think we should make that clear that that's what's allowed.
Can I add one other thing, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
So one of our speakers tonight, Michael Weinauer, mentioned the fact that we're still in the early phases of this. We should continue to pay attention to how this ordinance ends up getting used and see if people are taking advantage, see if neighborhoods are being dramatically affected, and modify the ordinance next year if it needs it. So I'm very much open to that. I do think we should be paying attention to the impacts on neighborhoods and see if some of our worst fears come to fruition. That's definitely something that we should keep in mind.
So thank you for mentioning that, Councilmember Goldfuls, because, I'm remembering now what Councilmember Lee's first comment was, that maybe we should just stay the course and see how things shake out. Because right now we're acting within existing allowable heights and I think lot coverage, and it seems to be working. So with the one exception of I think the lot coverage that's allowed. But we're allowing the underlying zoning code to prevail. And I think if we do that and then just allow additional coverage, which would include the full FAR plus 800 square feet, then I think that would be also a good alternative. That's simple. It's easy. We don't even need to, I guess we could do a simple ordinance that says that and leave it open, call for a 1-year review. Joe, you're muted.
The deputy mayor has a comment. I think she has her hand raised. I just want to make sure you saw it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So I would actually like to propose the compromise that I had suggested, which would be that we would allow the 16 feet to 24 if it's a detached new ADU. We would allow the full 2 stories if it's attached, and the full 2 stories if it is an existing garage. I would not like to see a change to the light plane, and I think everything else we had agreement on, if I'm correct. So those are the tweaks I would like to make. I think because of the new setbacks that have been posed by the state, I think that's a reasonable compromise for all concerned.
So let me just summarize. You're saying you would allow 16 to 24 on a detached, as long as we go with the light plane. Okay, and on an attached, you would allow the full height of the house there for the attached.
Right, as long as we still observe the light plane, but right. I don't mind being 2 stories on an existing 2-story.
Right.
And then there was the issue of the detached garage.
Right, and you said you wanted to allow the full 2 stories on that.
Yeah, as long as we observe the light plane on that. But right. That is something that we're seeing around, and people are already have that structure next to their property. So I know we're going to go up from there, but that seems reasonable to me.
Okay, so
can I ask the city attorney if that's a distinction that we know that we can make legally, or whether that's something that may require additional research?
Well, first I want to make sure that I understand what's being proposed here. So what I heard the mayor refer to was, I think, for detached units, 16 foot to the plate line and 24 feet tall. And then if it's attached to the home, I heard the deputy mayor refer to, I think, the maximum proposed limit. I know there was a reference to underlying zoning. What's in the ordinance is either 16, 20, or 24 to the top plate line, and 24, 28, or 32 feet to the roof peak. I'm interpreting that to mean the tallest of those three options. So for attached, 24 feet to the top plate line and 32 feet to the roof peak. I'm seeing the head nodding from the mayor and from the deputy mayor. Now, Joe, Councilmember Gothels, I'll turn to your question. I mean, the state law has changed a little bit when it comes to ADUs above a garage. Right now, it's a little more flexible, I think, and the ordinance doesn't specifically call out a height limit for ADUs above a garage. It's really framed as, attached or detached. So I think in this case, if you're looking at, say, a detached ADU, and I'll ask Zach to jump in if I'm misstating this, I think you're looking at a 16-foot height limit and 24 feet to the roof peak if it's an ADU above a garage. Is that what you're, Zach, feel free to jump in there.
Yeah, I think as I'm hearing it, because the ordinance as drafted has a height limit for attached and detached. And so I think, as you summarized, for attached, we would be looking at a 24 foot to plate, 32 to ridge. Then for detached, it would be 16 feet to plate, 24 to ridge. And then we would include in there a third section which specifies detached ADUs constructed over an existing garage. And then I believe what I heard was actually allowing the taller height limit for that scenario, which would be the 24 feet to plate, 32 to ridge, if I'm not mistaken.
I was confused until Zach just reset it, but I think I agree with what Zach just said. Now I think you resolved my confusion, and I think you just summarized it very well.
If I may, because I think Councilmember Lee was pointing out that because you are providing that parking, there should be kind of that, sort of additional incentive there. If I may speak on your behalf, but go ahead.
Yes, you captured it very well. I think that we all care about preserving parking and want to incentivize folks to create off-street parking and existing parking. So I would just ask, is there a way to craft it that would allow for the highest height allowable, or it would call for the highest height allowable in the cases of existing garages being preserved, or additional off-street parking being created. So it might not be within that existing structure. It might be a different structure depending on the situation of that lot. I think that would give us a little bit more flexibility and accomplish the same thing.
So for wording there that I think could achieve that would be, so that third height section would say when an ADU is proposed over an existing garage and that parking is maintained either in the garage or on the site, the height limit would be the 24 feet and the 32 feet. But is that correct?
Yes. So effectively the parking, the existing parking within the garage would be preserved, or there would be some sort of condition of additional off-street parking created in that project.
So say if it was a 2-car garage, but they were converting one or both spaces, they would provide 1 or 2 spaces elsewhere on the site. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And then if I can just jump in here, if the parking was not maintained, or additional off-street parking was not provided, then you would default back to the 1624-foot height limit for detached. I'm trying to.
That I think that is what is being proposed.
Okay.
I do think I really do heed the comments of our Commissioner Eric Holmes, who and also Rick, in terms of the considerations of the length of the sewer lines and needing to have like that the gravity and angles there, or I just don't know enough about construction or even thinking about sort of the flood zone and needing to build the top plate or the bottom plate a little bit higher. I do find that the 16 feet could be constraining in that way. So I'm a little bit, I want to express my concerns about just feasibility and factoring in climate change and, and just like deep lots where you need to get, you need to get the sewage and the water all the way back there. So I do have concerns for those reasons. I'm curious to hear, Zach, and from staff, based on your expertise, are those construction feasibility considerations factored in to, how much should we weigh those things in terms of determining height? And are we making decisions that could make building more challenging or more expensive?
Based on the height limits that appear to be on the table right now, if you're building over a garage, that shouldn't be an issue because you won't be putting that infrastructure under the slab at that point because you're building on top of the garage at the second story. So you should, between the floor structure of the first and second story, be able to put in sufficient depth to run appropriate utilities, and you'll definitely get the gravity fall you need for a sewer connection. And then with the other height limit, you'll be building a new structure, so you'll be able to achieve that. So there's definitely range to achieve the necessary utility connections and proper space to install them with the height limits that are on the table this evening.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm satisfied with the proposal.
So I want to add a couple of comments too. Regarding first what was just discussed about the gravity fall for the sewer. It depends on how far, what the location of the main is. So if the ADU is on the back of the lot and the main is in the front of the house at the street, and you have to connect, I think, your main to the main at the house, you may not be able to get a good fall unless you're able to get your sewer line a little bit higher inside of a crawl space. But I think we've kind of gone beyond that. I think that the idea, well, first let me make this, it's kind of an equity issue also. People with larger lots can just keep their ADUs farther away from the fence line. They can provide larger setbacks. They have the room to do it. It's not a consideration, and they can get the kind of height they want without having to worry about fitting into this very tight configuration. I think that the daylight plane is just not that large of an issue, and I believe that, like I said, there are so many variables. There are trees. There are parks, there are alleys. There are a lot of different things that I think add to the mix here, especially now if I want to talk about the balconies that I know were an issue and we haven't discussed yet. But balconies, I feel, should definitely be allowed on the second story if they face into the yard or if they face onto an alley or if they face onto a park or if they're able to get their neighbors to feel like this is an arrangement they can make and agree to. I think that we should allow some discretion there. Definitely they should be allowed, though, in those, like I suggested, where they hang over an alley or a park space, whatever else that is. So, yeah, I'm kind of back to where I felt like, we need to allow discretion of the owner to fit their needs, flexibility. And that varies from neighborhood to neighborhood. Okay, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question about this motion. This is really complicated, so I apologize if I missed this. I know that when the mayor was talking about the whole thing of whether or not if you exceed your floor area ratio normally, are you still allowed the ADU on top of that or not? Has that been addressed in this particular this motion?
The proposal that's, what's in the ordinance right now, which would be part of this motion, is that any lot gets up to 800 square feet for their ADU. Beyond the 800 square feet, it's governed by how much FAR remains on that lot. So if a lot is maxed out, they get 800 square feet. If they've got an additional 400 square feet or 500, they could then in theory build up to 1,200 or 1,300 square feet if they wanted to put it all into the ADU. So that's what's drafted in the ordinance right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Zach, have you been writing down what we've kind of come up with here, and can we try to go through and see what we can get consensus on?
Definitely. Do you want me to read back what I have so far?
Yeah. Could you show it on the screen? Or
my apologies. I've been handwriting, but I haven't been typing it up.
Go ahead.
So right now it's to introduce the ordinance as drafted with the following modifications. With regard to height, we would have three categories. We would have attached ADUs, which would be allowable at a height of 24 feet to plate, 32 feet to ridge. For detached ADUs, the height would be 16 feet to plate, 24 feet to ridge. And then the third category would be detached ADUs built over an existing garage. That height limit would be 24 feet to plate, 32 to ridge, with the provision that the existing parking in that garage is preserved or provided elsewhere on the site. So that's the piece with regard to height. And then the other one for the alternative discretionary review process, the line that says that the Planning Commission's decision on an appeal would be final would be stricken, which would then allow any appeal to be elevated to City Council if so elevated.
And just to that point, really quickly, you could also easily say that the decision of the Planning Commission may be appealed to the council in accordance with the code and insert the code section. That can easily be done.
The code section for appeals is referenced there, but then we had added a line about appeals ending with Planning Commission. So I think if we just strike that line, then it fully relies on that other appeal section, which allows for an appeal to the City Council.
Mr. Mayor, I had a clarifying question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So if for the attached height limit, if the main structure, so can the attached ADU then does that have to adhere to the main dwelling structure's more deeper setbacks, or once it's like dubbed ADU, it can just go as far as it wants to the property line as long as it adheres to the daylight plane?
And if it's an ADU, whether it's attached or detached, we cannot require a setback more than 4 feet. So yeah, even if it's attached, it could have a side setback as close as 4 feet and a rear setback as close as 4 feet.
So in this proposal, you could still have a very tall ADU, even almost taller than the other proposal, 4 feet from the back property line.
Yeah, you would have that the 24 and the 32 would be the governing height if it was attached.
But if I may, you still have floor area ratios that you have to contend with. So if your house right now is 15 feet from the setback, you got to build a lot of house to get to the 4 foot setback. And you might not be able to build that much house because of the floor area ratio cap.
But in some neighborhoods like San Mateo Park or maybe Baywood that have very large lots, you can have like massive structures on those properties because they're you have a lot of floor area ratio. That was my question. Sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Goethals, you have your hand up.
Yes. One thought that I had, and I have no idea, I'm going to turn to you, Rick. I'm going to turn to Zach to tell me if this is true or not. But, a lot of existing parking garages are not structurally sound enough to put the second story on, and may need to come down and be rebuilt in order to put that housing above them. It seems to me that based on our conversation here, our discussion, we don't want people to build shoddy ADUs above garages that are falling down. But if there's an existing structure there that is parking, and someone intends to build something that is structurally sound in the same place that is a garage and that has housing above it, and so they are providing the parking spaces, we intend to allow them to build this housing above the current structure that is being used as a garage, even if they have to rebuild that structure. Did I articulate that in a way that makes sense to the group here?
Well, Zach can speak for himself there, but I think that's exactly correct. If a structure existing is not sound, it'll have to be, no doubt, there'll have to most likely be some addition to the foundation to make it be able to support that second story, if not replacement. It could end up being a whole new garage with a new structure on top of it. So.
Yes, that is correct. For the building code, I'm guessing there's hardly any, if any, detached garages that would meet current building code requirements, especially if you were going to put a second story above them. So the code does envision that you would be rebuilding these structures to meet current building code requirements, and that would be allowed. Functionally, what state law requires and what this ordinance would allow for is recognizing that footprint. And so you could rebuild in that footprint, but do the necessary upgrades to the foundation, the wall structure to meet current structural code requirements. So yeah, we wouldn't be able to approve a structure that doesn't meet current building code requirements, especially if it's going from 1 story to 2 story. But that would be appropriate and consistent with state law to look at it that way.
So the foundation, for instance, would have to include seismic fasteners that are strengthening the first floor so that it can support the second floor, and that's not in the foundation for an existing garage. Thank you, Zach. Councilmember Lee, could you please also, while you're talking, talk about balconies also, because I don't think anybody else has.
Yes. So just on that same thread, and I think that it was pretty much captured, but I wanted to just make sure we're saying that that the proposed amendment is that we will allow for the maximum height in the cases where parking is preserved in the existing structure, whether that's new construction or somehow being built on top of the existing structure, if that were structurally sound and met code, or it is provided off-site on-site in a different location within the property. Are we all on the same page about those?
I like that because it adds the possibility of not having to rebuild the garage. You could demolish the garage and build your ADU there and provide parking on another part of the site.
Right. So it doesn't have to be within the same contained unit as long as it's off-street parking somewhere on the property.
Right. And I was just thinking that the whole cost of demolishing and building a new garage with a new thing on top is additional expense. We should actually provide some incentive for maintaining that parking there somehow.
Is that clear, Zach?
Yeah, so I think, and the way the ordinance is worded, or the draft language I put out there earlier would be, so when a detached ADU is built over an existing garage, you have the taller height limit with the caveat that the parking in that garage, generally 1 space or likely 2, would either be preserved in the garage or provided elsewhere on the site. So you could do it either way. And if you provided it elsewhere on site, then you wouldn't need to preserve that garage underneath it. That's consistent, it sounds like, with what you're saying, correct?
Yes, in the case of renovation and new construction.
Yeah, whether it's renovation or new construction, the zoning code will see it the same, which is that footprint. there's an existing garage there and a new ADU is being proposed on top of it, and the necessary modifications or rebuilding of that garage to meet current building code.
I think we got there. I guess I'll talk about the balconies. So,
hold on one second. Are you talking about that you would build yet another garage?
The parking under the ordinance doesn't have to be covered. It can be provided in side setbacks or rear setbacks. Parking can be, we're suddenly allowing parking in more places, and it doesn't have to be covered. It can be, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay, so that answered, all right, you're good with that? Okay, so balconies, I agree, I basically agree with Mayor Bonilla that I think that we should only allow balconies when they are not facing an adjacent an adjacent property. Is that the only decision point? I'm sorry, I wish I had the slide in front of me.
I'll pull that up in just a second. So on the issue of balconies, I think what staff was looking at, and then with the process proposed, why we propose it the way we do, is even if when looking at how a balcony faces another property, there's really three sides to a balcony. So is it any of the three sides, which forces it only on that one elevation that's on the interior of the lot? And in some cases that may be fine. And so given that there's a very small number that have been proposed, at least in the first 2 years of permit history, allowing for a wider range of balconies through the alternative process, obviously it would take a little bit longer, but that was kind of the thinking. There was a bit of a challenge in determining how a balcony would face another property. Would it be any of the sides? Was it be all of the three sides? And so this seemed like a cleaner way to allow for wider range of design choices while also factoring in that respect for adjacent privacy or balancing it. So that was the thinking in the process, but there's definitely opportunity to put language back in that allows a balcony of a certain size with certain parameters if that's the desire.
So I have some comments on that, because right now, currently, many homeowners have a balcony on the second story of the back of their house, right? It overlooks their backyard, but it also overlooks the neighbors' backyards on both sides. And once again, I feel like this is something that says that, that the ADU is some kind of second class and less dignified habitat. I think that if a home can have a balcony looking onto the backyard, or you can see your neighbor yard from it, then that should be the same that's allowed for an ADU. I'm not saying put a balcony on the side of the ADU that looks right into the yard, but if it faces into the yard of its home or over the back into an alley or a park or an open space, whatever it is, that should be allowed. Just for clarification there.
I would agree.
Okay, good.
And I'm sorry to belabor this about about the parking, but I really want to make sure that we get this right and that we're on the same page. So when we talk about the existing footprint, does that mean the existing footprint in its existing location, or are we also permitting the footprint to be located somewhere else on the property?
The existing
No, I was thinking the existing footprint because the neighbor is already used to that, already used to having that structure there. So that's why it seemed fair to me to allow you to go up on an existing structure that was already next to the property.
Okay, well then I guess then there may be some disagreement. I think, I agree with you that it should be allowable on the existing footprint. But in the case where it makes sense to relocate and build on, within that footprint, in a different location further back, that, I don't see, I think that we would be accomplishing the same thing, and it would achieve the parking preservation that we're looking for. So I'm not attached to it, that restriction.
Then it just becomes your average detached ADU. My whole point was I was more than happy to do it over the garage because that's where it already was. And then we got into a discussion, well, the garage may not be able to handle that second part, which I totally get. So you may have to take it down, put it back up, but it should be in that footprint. Otherwise, we're back to you're putting a detached ADU somewhere on the property, which is a different animal.
Yeah, there is, Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a restriction on the reuse of the existing property line structure, which is that you're only allowed to rebuild on that same exact footprint. You can't make it any bigger, right? So if you have a garage here that's 12 feet wide, 20 feet long, right on the property line, that's the size of the building you can have there on the ground floor. Is that correct, Zach?
That would be correct for the portion that is closer than would otherwise be allowed. So you have a footprint, you can rebuild in that same footprint regardless of the setbacks. The ADU ordinance does allow for a certain amount of increase in a conforming way. So if you added on for entry elements or some other pieces up to 150 square feet, you could do it in a conforming manner, somewhere, say, into the lot where you're still meeting your setbacks. But for the footprint itself, especially when it's up against a property line, you would have to rebuild within that existing footprint.
And if I can just build off of that very quickly, the state ADU law, refers to this concept that, no setback shall be required if you're building an accessory for a living area where you're building the ADU in the same location and to the same dimensions as that existing structure that gets converted to an ADU. And then otherwise, you can require a setback of no more than 4 feet. And I think the key language in the state law is you're building in the same location and to the same dimensions, which I think what Deputy Mayor Pompton was referring to earlier.
But I thought that we had made a lot of progress in the compromise, that the intent of allowing increased height was because we were wanting to incentivize preservation of parking along with greater setbacks. So it may be a new construction, right, in a somewhat different location, but if it can accommodate more parking with greater setbacks, then I think that it achieves what we're trying to do. Right. So I'm, I in the case where we could rebuild exactly, where on the existing footprint, and it makes sense to go up, that makes sense. But I think to create the code in a way that's so inflexible and doesn't allow for relocation where we would get the advantage of a greater setback and more preserved parking, potentially even more parking on the lot if you're moving, the whole structure back, then I think I think we're actually getting, we're getting less than what we're intending.
But you're getting closer to the neighbor that you weren't close to before. So that's why I was thinking, if you do it where it exists, the neighbor was already used to you having that structure right there. So that's why I said, if it's an existing garage, just go above the existing garage to the degree of a full 2 stories, because the neighbor already knew and already dealt with the structure right there. You follow? But what if you go farther back, you might hit the other neighbor at that point who wasn't used to having that structure that close. So that's why I was suggesting that if it's a detached ADU that gets to the back neighbor, which is where I was really focused on, it would be the 16 and the 24, because that's a new condition. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, please.
Okay. I see us narrowing our focus on to a couple of different possibilities here. So I certainly see one possibility is no ordinance, at least no ordinance tonight, and we continue to work on this. And that might be where we're at right now. I also see the possibility of the compromise that's being suggested that focuses the additional height on top of existing garages, even if those garages have to be rebuilt in order to be structurally sound, because to Deputy Mayor's point, the neighbors are already used to the structure in that place. And then a third path would be to create an ordinance that captures everything that we talked about: the additional floor area ratio, the elimination of the light planes, and other additional things. We've thrown a lot at this, and I wonder if we don't take a step back and perhaps leave things the way they are, study this a little bit more, see if we can reach agreement, reach compromise, and then come back at this. I'm also mindful that we have another item on the agenda that a lot of people want to speak to. But I think where we are right now, we're just not going to get to something that really addresses everything. I think we're asking all the right questions. I think these are many of the same questions that were addressed by the Planning Commission, and we're rehashing some of the same ground. It felt like we were close there for a minute, but I'm not sure that we're going to make the sausage tonight. So,
thank you, Councilmember Goethals. Zach, let me ask you a question. I know this was a hearing tonight for purpose of creating an ordinance, but what if the council decides we want to send you back to the drawing board, or just delay and come back, see what happens over a period of a year, and see if we need to make changes?
There's definitely value in getting an ordinance on the books, because right now our ADU ordinance that is on the books has pieces that are not compliant with current state law. So we need an updated ordinance that ensures that the ordinance that's on the books, right now we're just not enforcing it because we can't, but we do need an ordinance that is fully consistent with state law. So whether it's introduced tonight or if we factor in the feedback here and update the ordinance and bring it back, we can definitely do that. One suggestion, just in listening to the comments here tonight, it sounds like there's potentially interest in allowing taller heights for detached ADUs, and maybe if there's additional setbacks in on-site or off-street parking provided. So what if you were looking at that taller height for detached ADUs if there were increased setbacks provided and off-street parking provided? So you get that lower height limit, but if you want to build a taller detached ADU, you provide that additional off-street parking space. Maybe you add 5 feet to your setbacks, front and rear. I'm just teeing it up as an option if you want to consider it. That might be one path that might get to where a number of council members are mentioning. But one suggestion, if that's worth it for this evening.
Zach, I think that's actually an excellent suggestion. I think you were listening very clearly to all the council members. I would be in support of that if I hear that we need to pass an ordinance of some kind, so I would support that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to.
What is the motion? What's the motion?
Comments, yes.
What's the motion? I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow it.
Go ahead, Zach.
Well, so I'll put this together if I'm hearing it correctly. So it's to introduce the ordinance as drafted with the following modifications. With regard to height, you would have that 24 and 32 for attached. You would have 16 and 24 detached. And then the third height provision would be when an additional off-street parking space is provided. And I'm not sure exactly where you want that additional setback to be. I would suggest maybe adding 5 feet to both front and rear. You could then go up to that 24 and 32 for a detached. Is that what you're introducing?
Can we do that legally? I thought you couldn't do anything more than a 4.
Yeah, so just to jump in here, if you're not building an ADU, if you're not converting an existing structure, then a setback of no more than 4 feet from the side and rear lot lines is required for an ADU that's not converted from an existing structure. or
Where
a
this-
new ADU structure? Yes, Zach.
This can be phrased as an incentive because the height limit of 16 and 24 would be compliant with state law. So we're saying you get this height limit, but if you want additional height limit, it's an incentive, and then in exchange you would be providing that additional off-street parking spot and the additional 5 feet of setback.
So I want to comment on that additional parking because not everybody has room for that additional parking. And yet they may need the height.
It's true. That's true, Mr. Mayor, but I'm trying to get us to a workable ordinance tonight. I would entertain that. I think that the 1624 with the additional height, if what if we tied it to the parking and not to the setback? But I think that addresses your point, Rick, which is if you only have so much space, you can either use it for a setback or you can use it for parking.
My concern was that you were getting closer to somebody you weren't close to before. So I was willing to give the height because you were already there. You know what I mean? It seemed like the garage thing it seemed like the garage thing was where you wanted to do that. So I said, okay, let's do it over the garage because that was kind of a trigger point. So I thought, okay, well, that makes sense.
It felt like an elegant compromise, and we.
Okay, so let's look at that. Okay, and what about this? Okay, since I'm a little uncomfortable with not being able to see all the verbiage, could we ask Zach to go and put this all together and come back at the next meeting so we can look at it?
I would be willing to do that.
Well, let me ask the city manager through the mayor if the next meeting is the right meeting or if there's a meeting in the next 3 or so that has room for this.
Off the top of my head, the next meeting is the right meeting.
Okay, let's do it at the next one.
And if I'm wrong on that, we'll defer if that's okay with Mayor Bonilla and the members of the council. But I think the March the 7th should be fine.
The city manager's never wrong.
Okay, so I think we're getting close to where we want to be, but we need to be able to see the language assembled. Okay, and be able to get this is something that's going to be lasting. It'll become part of the city's requirements here. So we need to make sure it's what we want.
Yeah, I need to see it too. Yeah.
Can I ask the council? I think we can do this one of two ways. We can continue this item to that meeting where we just finish our conversation and then propose the ordinance, or we bring it back as a new item on the agenda where we start from scratch and get public comment. Is that correct?
That could be a motion if the original motion is withdrawn.
So let me comment on what was suggested. If you're going to be, a lot of this discussion has occurred after public comment has ended. And, if there's going to be some changes to the ordinance that introduces entirely new concepts, I would consider allowing the public to comment on the updated ordinance because they wouldn't have had a chance to see the language, just like the council hasn't had a chance to see the language either. Something to consider.
I appreciate that feedback very much. Okay, so there's nothing fancy about it. It's just putting it on the March 7th agenda. I will make the motion to.
Well, I think we need to withdraw the previous motion.
I'll withdraw the previous motion. And I'll make a motion that we put this over to March 7th.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Councilmember Goethals? To
Yes.
withdraw, to put this on the March 7th. Okay, and then withdraw the previous motion. Okay, yes. Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Pappen?
Yes.
Mayor Bonilla?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on. And the next item is item 13, the North Central Bike Lanes Project. We're here for an update on this. So let's get started. I think we have Sue Ellen.
Hi, one moment while I share my screen with you. All right, can you just let me know if you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, good evening, Mayor Bonilla, City Council members, Sue Ellen Atkinson. I'm the Principal Transportation Planner in the Public Works Department, here tonight on the North Central Bike Lanes Project update. Just an overview of what we'll be discussing tonight. First, a brief project description and background, going through the project objectives, going through the outreach and community survey findings, parking data collection and analysis discussion, reviewing parking supply options that were identified after the last time that we were here at Council, and then sharing feedback from the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission and our staff recommendation for this project. So just going over the project briefly, I know most of us are familiar with it at this point. This project is funded through the Community Development Block Grant funds that are received from the federal government. It includes technically two projects from the Bicycle Master Plan that was adopted in 2020. First is the Humboldt Street Bicycle Lane Project, which was our #2 highest priority project. And that goes from Peninsula Avenue to 5th Avenue. And then the second is a combination of Poplar Avenue, a small portion on Delaware, and Indian Avenue. That combines Class 2 bike lanes with a bicycle boulevard on Indian Avenue, and is identified as the #4 highest priority project in the Bicycle Master Plan. And this project as a whole does not just include bike improvements, it also includes repaving, new corner curb ramps for ADA compliance, traffic signal video detection as well. So current project status, we were last at City Council in October 2021, where City Council awarded the construction agreement and gave staff the ability to provide a limited notice to proceed to start with the pavement and concrete work. To date, that work has been completed. Here are some photos of the work in the neighborhood for these new ADA compliant curb ramps. At the same time in October, City Council provided direction for staff to conduct expanded community engagement, do additional parking data collection, and evaluate parking supply options. To take a step back and just talk about the project objectives from a higher level and why it's proposed on the roadways where it is. Starting with the city's guiding documents, the General Plan 2030 highlights providing bicycle and pedestrian circulation networks that are safe and an alternative for automobile travel. And then we're specifically implementing the Bicycle Master Plan's recommended programs, again, focused on a fully connected, safe bikeway system. Then further, the Climate Action Plan, which was also adopted in 2020, sets ambitious greenhouse gas emission targets for 2030 and 2050. And on-road transportation from vehicles is the top source of emissions. One of those recommended actions in the CAP is to secure funding for the design and construction of the Bike Master Plan in order to shift trips from those vehicles that are emitting greenhouse gases to other modes such as bicycling. Going into the Bike Master Plan, which again was adopted in 2020, this plan was developed from a combination of community input and data analysis. So in the community input, we were gathering feedback on our existing bike network and then what the community wanted to see in the future. Through the data analysis, we studied a variety of inputs, including collision data, level of traffic stress, which is how stressful a roadway feels when you're bicycling, and then potential bicycle demand to determine where future demand was going to come from. While these two projects are recommended in the plan, they were scored as the #2 and #4, or prioritized as the #2 and #4 projects in the plan because of their potential to improve connectivity and safety on those roadways. Speaking about the connectivity for the proposed projects, here I've outlined the project corridors that are proposed. The projects would provide connectivity to San Mateo High School and to College Park Elementary School and potentially a future proposed school at the nearby location. The project also provides connectivity to the nearby MLK Junior Center, also in the North Central neighborhood. And then something that we heard about quite often during the Bike Master Plan outreach was the lack of east-west connectivity. So while Humboldt Street provides north-south connectivity, it also provides really critical connectivity to the east side of San Mateo via the Monte Diablo bike ped overcrossing at 101, and then the 3rd Avenue overcrossing at 101 as well. In looking at these projects and the particular safety measures that they're looking to implement, we look at bicycle collisions on these roadways. This map shows bicycle collisions or bicycle-involved collisions in this neighborhood in the last 5 years. As you can see here, Humboldt and Poplar have a high number of bike collisions over that 5-year time frame. 11 bicycle-involved collisions have occurred on those project corridors in the last 5 years. And 30 bicycle-involved collisions have occurred in the neighborhood in that same time. These projects are proposed to reduce the risk and severity of future incidents by providing separate facilities for bicyclists that are separated from vehicle travel. In looking at how the separation is intended to take place, we look first at the existing roadway. The roadways that we're working with are narrow. We don't have a limitless amount of public right-of-way to work with. We have 40 feet that we're able to work with here. Right now, that's divided between 2 8-foot parking lanes and then 2 12-foot travel lanes that are shared with vehicles and bicycles. So the current situation for bicyclists on these roadways is that they're sharing the same lane with vehicles. And what we're seeing in terms of industry guidance is that the volumes and speeds of the vehicles on these roadways indicate that that's not the right facility for this type of roadway. So with the Bike Master Plan, we've made our best effort to work with that limited existing right-of-way and find ways that we can propose to reallocate the right-of-way to prioritize safety for all modes. So moving forward into the proposed roadway configuration, you'll see that we have that same 40 feet to work with. This time we have maintained the 2-way vehicle travel. We've maintained 1 parking lane, and then we've been able to add in bicycle lanes in both directions of vehicle travel on the same roadway. So what we're proposing here is to separate that bicycle travel from sharing the lane with vehicles in order to create a more safe environment for people of all ages and abilities to bike on these roadways. In looking at this project through the many months that we've been looking at it, and then the community engagement that we have recently wrapped up, we heard questions about why these roadways? Why aren't we considering other options? So I just wanted to walk through those a little bit briefly. We've done a high-level overview of some of these projects, some of these proposed roadways. So I just wanted to share some of that information with you tonight. So first, we've heard, why not Delaware Street? First, Delaware is quite a distance from the Monte Diablo and 3rd Avenue overcrossings for 101, so it really doesn't provide that same connectivity to the eastern portion of San Mateo as the proposed Humboldt project. Further along, adjacent to San Mateo High School, we would not be able to construct bicycle lanes in the existing configuration because it would conflict with drop-off and pickup. Further, this project would require similar, if not the same, amount of parking removal as on Humboldt Street. The second location that we've heard about is Amplet Boulevard, which is 30 feet in width. And that would mean that if we were to install bike lanes on this roadway, we would have to remove all of the parking that's on that roadway in order to accommodate 2-way vehicle travel with wide enough lanes for the trucks that frequent this roadway, and then the bicycle lanes. Further, Amplet would cross at Poplar just at the freeway on and off ramps, which would not be a comfortable environment for bicyclists. And it terminates just at 2nd Avenue. So we would have to have a cutover at some location. We've looked at Fremont Street as an alternative to Humboldt. Fremont, for some portion, may be able to be a bicycle boulevard. We would have to do additional study there, but that would involve traffic calming measures. However, from Cypress south to 5th, we're looking at vehicle volumes that would likely indicate bicycle lanes of the same sort that we're proposing on Humboldt, and that would require parking removal on one or both sides of the roadway. Further, to get that same connectivity to the north, we would have to cut over either at Humboldt Street or at Idaho, which would likely require additional parking removal to make that option feasible. We heard questions about one-way roadways. So we studied, for example, Grant. There's 30 feet of right-of-way on Grant. If we were striping in one travel lane plus 2 8-foot lanes of parking, that's 26 feet. That doesn't provide enough room for even a one-way bicycle lane if we're formally striping those facilities on this roadway. We've heard questions about Humboldt Street and Delaware as being studied for one-way. And with those locations, we do have some concern about the vehicle volumes that are on those roadways. For example, the volumes on Humboldt are about 10 times what we're seeing on other neighborhood streets. So if you're providing travel in one direction, the vehicles that would typically travel in the other direction would be utilizing neighborhood streets that aren't built for those types of volumes. We also had questions about the Poplar Avenue route and if we had considered alternate alignments for that route. The great option for Poplar is that there's a signalized intersection at Poplar and North San Mateo Drive, which creates a safer crossing option for all users. South at Santa Ynez and at Monte Diablo, there are stop controlled intersections just for those roadways. The traffic on San Mateo Drive doesn't stop, and that doesn't create a safe crossing environment or a comfortable crossing environment for bicyclists of all ages like we're looking to accommodate. So moving into the outreach and survey feedback, as mentioned, Public Works took the City Council direction in October and implemented a wide-ranging community engagement process. We had materials that were developed for this process, including postcards that are up on the upper right-hand side of the screen and then posters. All of these materials were translated into English, Spanish, and simplified Chinese. These postcards were sent out to 3,000 households with information about how to participate in the community survey that was also developed, and information about how to participate in person with staff. So going into that, we hosted 5 pop-ups in the neighborhood, including at Mi Rancho Market and at the Martin Luther King Center. We also had a static information display that you can see down on the bottom that was held at the Martin Luther King Center throughout the month of December. The flyers were up with project information, and there was also a voting box that was available throughout the month for those who wanted to vote in person with written polls. Polls were available at all of the pop-up events. Multilingual staff were available at the events as well. And also information about the online survey was handed out. So moving into that survey, in total, we had 285 responses to the online and written survey. Of those, a little over half self-identified as North Central residents, while about 22% were from adjacent neighborhoods. And then further 14% generally lived in San Mateo. Of the respondents, almost a quarter self-identified as living on Humboldt Street, and half of the respondents reported that they ride a bicycle as their primary mode of transportation or recreationally. So we delved into some of the questions that were asked in the survey. The first was the question or statement, I support the project and the parking removal required as part of the project. And respondents were asked to answer if they disagreed, agreed, or were neutral on that question. In looking at the different geographies, we can see North Central residents, approximately 60% disagreed with this statement, while about 40% agreed with it. Looking at North Central and adjacent neighborhoods was about 50-50. And then looking at City of San Mateo as a whole, just over half agreed with the project. On this question, we actually had no respondents that were neutral. It was very black and white, disagree or agree. The second question that we looked more in depth at was support for the project if additional parking options were implemented. And we did see some movement in terms of responses on this. So for North Central residents, we did see some change in response from those who had previously answered disagree to responding neutral or agree. So the feedback was more mixed if additional parking options were implemented, with about half disagreeing with the project and then the other half neutral or agree. Looking at North Central and the adjacent neighborhoods, about half agreed with the project, with about 12% at neutral and 40% opted to respond disagree. City of San Mateo residents, over half agreed with the project if additional parking options were implemented. We looked a little bit more at some other key findings from the analysis to give us some information on parking supply options and other programmatic options that might benefit the neighborhood in general. In looking at the survey results, we found that North Central residents who do not ride bicycles tended to disagree with the project, with about 80% disagreeing. North Central residents who ride a bike as their primary mode of transportation or recreationally tended to agree with the project at about 60%. North Central residents with members of their household who bike, walk, scoot regularly were very split on the project support. Those who have lived in the neighborhood longer term or 20 years or more tended to not support project implementation. About 90% disagree. And then residents who are newer to the neighborhood or live there 5 years or less tended to support the project at about 60% agreeing. So this analysis looked to determine feedback from different audiences and different user groups to help with the evaluation of other supporting programs so that we could aim to make the project as successful as possible. In October, City Council also directed staff to go back and conduct additional parking data collection, which was completed in December and January of this year. In this parking data collection, we examined a much larger geographic scope. In the prior effort, we had conducted data collection on the project corridors and then side streets directly adjacent to the corridors only. We collected data for 1 weekday and 1 weekend day for that effort, and just between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. For this expanded data collection effort, we expanded to the full North Central neighborhood plus the extent of the project corridor. So we went out to El Camino to ensure that we're covering the extent of Poplar where the project is proposed near El Camino, and then south to 5th Avenue. We did expanded hours for this data collection. So 2 weekdays, 2 Saturdays, collected data 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and then added a peak overnight count. And then prior to that data collection taking place, the data collection firm established the parking supply on street. That calculation is a very conservative estimate in that it's based on legal 22-foot long parking spaces. For reference, Ford F-150 pickup truck is about 21 feet long. And so that would easily fit in a 22-foot space. Several types of vehicles are shorter than that, so that you may be able to fit more vehicles in that space. But we wanted to err on the side of being conservative. So it was calculated based on legal 22-foot length parking spaces, omitting anywhere where there's currently red curb, omitting driveways. And it's not determined by the number of vehicles parked. It's determined by the amount of curb space that's available. So that parking supply is determined before the data collection effort even begins. Looking at the data collection, we've included some of the heat maps from our peak counts in the council packet. So I just wanted to orient a little bit. The peak parking for weekdays and Saturdays was generally seen at midnight. Peak evening counts, however, were comparable to those numbers. We can see that the parking is well utilized in the neighborhood, and that's what we've heard from the community as well. Just to orient a little bit, the green here, green and yellow means that parking is readily available. Orange are areas where parking is utilized up to 84%, so more well utilized, and then 85% is that threshold where to the naked eye, the parking appears to be fully occupied, yet on each block there's still 1 to 2 spaces. So that's important. That red does not necessarily mean that it's fully parked. It means it's at that point where visually it looks full, but there's still generally 1 to 2 spaces available. So moving into the key findings from the parking collection, again, the peak midnight parking demand was what the peak overall, and it averaged at 73% throughout the collection area. The Poplar Avenue peak occupancy was 55 to 60% at that midnight hour. Humboldt Street peak occupancy was about 80% at midnight. What we found in looking further into the data analysis is that the proposed parking removal on Poplar Avenue, looking at the peak overnight occupancy, would be able to be accommodated within 1 block or about 600 feet based on the current availability. We conducted the same analysis on Humboldt Street with the peak midnight occupancy again, and those vehicles are able to be accommodated within 2 blocks or about 600 feet of the project corridor. And we'll go into those a little bit more in depth so that you can get a better sense for what that looks like. So the way that we conducted the analysis is looking at that peak midnight parking occupancy, which you can see here. And what we're looking for is if the parking is removed as proposed on the southern portion of Poplar, where could those vehicles be accommodated? So what we found was in turning that area gray as unavailable, the vehicles can be accommodated within that gray area. And again, those sections that have turned red, that does not mean that they're fully occupied at 100%. What we looked for was where vehicles could be accommodated to bring the total occupancy up to that 85% threshold, where it does look visually full, but there is still 1 to 2 spaces per block available. So moving over to Humboldt Street, we conducted the same type of analysis, and we found that those vehicles, if parking is removed as proposed on the west side of Humboldt Street, we are able to accommodate those vehicles within 2 blocks of the project corridor, again, at that 85% threshold. So that's about 51 block faces that are available, have available parking nearby to accommodate those vehicles. So again, we're not fully parking the streets that do appear red on the screen. We're bringing them up to that 85% threshold. We looked into parking supply options to evaluate how we could enhance the existing parking supply in an effort to balance this trade-off that we are proposing in terms of removing parking to accommodate bike lanes. And I'll go through those as briefly as I can. The first is driveway and corner red curb. We currently offer red curb tipping at driveways and implement at corner curb ramps to deter illegal parking. Some pros of this approach is that it enables citation. If there's a red marking at the driveway, police is able to come out to issue a citation and tow that vehicle. And it may encourage additional use of the driveway and the garage because residents would not be concerned about being blocked in, as we've heard is typical now. Some downsides of this is it may slightly reduce the available parking supply on street. However, driveway curb markings are installed in a way to not eliminate a full legal parking space. The second option is driveway apron parking, wherein residents are able to park parallel to the curb in front of their own driveway. This would be available where parking is maintained and throughout the area, and it would be able to be implemented for single family or duplex units. Some pros of this option is it does create additional parking spaces in the existing right-of-way. On the project corridors, it has the capability of providing up to 90 additional parking spaces. And then throughout the data collection area, about 1,300 parking spaces in the general project location. And it does give the opportunity to essentially reserve a space if a household member is returning home late at night, because residents could park elsewhere and leave that driveway parking available for a late return. However, one con of this is on the sides of the roadways where the parking is proposed to be removed, this would not be an option, so it may not directly benefit those residents. We evaluated the option for shared parking lots, which is utilizing existing parking that's available in the neighborhood that's typically empty overnight. So looking for uses that would have peak occupancies during the day, but that are generally not utilized overnight. This could create up to additional 250 additional parking spaces depending on where agreements are made. And it utilizes existing parking that is vacant during the peak residential parking hours. Some cons for this are these would be public-private agreements that would be entered into by the city and private entity. And so the city would not have full control over how long those agreements would be in place. If vehicles don't move at designated times in the morning or on weekends, for example, the entity may opt to cease that agreement to be in place. One option that we have looked at and noted in the staff report is the MLK Junior Center parking lot. Those concerns would be the same in order to make parking available when recreation users are needing to utilize that parking. And then finally, we looked at the residential parking permit program, which issues permits to residents to prioritize the on-street parking for residents. One pro of this is that our current policy limits permits to one licensed driver, one permit per licensed driver, and that may have the effect of reducing the total number of vehicles that are parked on street. However, this program, the current policy requires a parking generator that's non-residential in nature. That's potentially not met here. And if the primary issue in the neighborhood is residential parking, it may not fully address those parking demand issues. All of these programs would require the partnership with San Mateo Police Department for additional enforcement and staff, and that's an additional consideration to take into account. In vetting the parking supply options with the neighborhood, we looked just at feedback from North Central residents, by the way. For extended red curbs, there generally wasn't very much support in the neighborhood. About 50% felt that this would have no benefit. One thing to note, again, is that this gives the ability for citation and towing. Driveway parking was a little bit more mixed in feedback. There was more interest in parking lot sharing and in the residential parking permit program. Further, after the survey was conducted, staff evaluated some additional program options that I wanted to go through briefly. The first was shared overnight parking in the bike lane. So that would permit parking in the bike lane for overnight hours only. The pro is it provides on-street parking during that peak overnight demand. But there are a lot of challenges with this option. First, the roadway center line is proposed to be moved. I'll go through some diagrams next that'll show you what impact that has. But essentially, a vehicle when parked would overhang the bike lane into the travel lane, necessitating vehicles that are traveling to go over the center line to avoid a parked vehicle. We've talked with jurisdictions that have implemented this program, and they've cited issues with cars not moving after the permitted time, and that creates a large safety hazard for bicyclists and motorists during the daytime hours. And further, a high level of enforcement and towing would be required to make sure that those bike lanes are available during daytime hours. So just to go through that point of the center line moving, here again, we have our existing roadway with the 2 travel lanes. And then we have our proposed roadway with the bicycle lanes added. So right now, the center line is down the center of the roadway. With the proposed configuration, that center line is actually shifted over from the center of the roadway. And what that means is if we have the proposed roadway configuration with the bike lanes, and then allow overnight parking, as you can see here with this car parked on the bike lane, you can see that the vehicle is overhanging the bike lane by quite a bit. The bike lane's only 5 foot wide, so you can imagine that a car would hang over that quite a bit. That means a car driving would need to move over, likely over that center line and into the opposing path of travel in order to get around that vehicle. And then further, if you have a bicyclist coming up behind the car that's parked in the bike lane, they would need to swerve into that travel lane, potentially in front of another vehicle. So for those safety reasons, staff did not recommend moving forward with this option. Some additional program options for consideration was additional get around program outreach. So working with our Parks and Recreation colleagues for enhanced program outreach in the neighborhood for the get around program that provides affordable transportation for adults 60 years of age or older. We've also considered and suggested increased accessibility to on-street accessible parking spaces. Currently, this is a program that residents can pay to install an accessible parking space on street adjacent to an ADA compliant curb ramp. What we're proposing is to offer this option free of charge in this area. We've received inquiries about marking on-street parking stalls. So the parking tees that you may be familiar with seeing in some locations, that designates parking spaces on street, ideally for more efficient parking. However, these do have the effect of reducing the number of parking spaces because again, they would be sized for 22-foot vehicles, which are a larger vehicle. Not all vehicles on street are 22 feet. So where you may have 2 parking spaces delineated that are 22 feet, you may actually be able to fit 3 vehicles in there. So we're effectively reducing the parking supply slightly by doing that. And that's why that was not recommended strongly by staff. And then finally, the option to conduct a neighborhood circulation study. Staff has done a high-level evaluation of some of the alternate options. This would be a broader study to assess circulation options for the neighborhood. It could give an opportunity to further consider one-way street options, but again, those may not necessarily be able to accommodate bicycle facilities without either parking removal or other implementation measures. So moving on into feedback from the S&I Commission, we brought this item to the Commission earlier in February and asked for their feedback on several points that I'll share here. First is the parking supply option. Commissioners generally supported all of the options that were presented in the survey with an emphasis on red curb, driveway apron parking, and striped parking stalls on street, which was added at that time. In terms of alternate program options, Commission supported making the on-street accessible parking spaces and get-around program information more readily available. They unanimously did not support overnight parking in bike lanes due to the safety concerns. In terms of the comprehensive circulation assessment, Commission did not recommend that staff pursue this in the neighborhood in the short term to identify other bike lane improvements. And then finally, in terms of bicycle improvement implementation, there was unanimous support for implementation of the bike lanes as designed. One commissioner did express concern to make the parking supply options available at the time of construction. So moving into the staff recommendation. So tonight we're requesting City Council input and final decision and direction regarding bike improvement implementation. So the staff recommendation is implementation of the North Central Bike Lanes project proceed as designed with the following program options. By request, installing red curb for driveways and corner curb ramps, providing education about driveway apron parking, which can be implemented in the short term, evaluation of interest in striped parking spaces on street, with the caveat that there is concern that that may reduce the number of parking spaces, offering on-street accessible parking spaces by request, evaluating shared parking lot options, enhanced get-around program outreach, and then evaluation for installation of additional pedestrian crosswalks and flashing beacons along the project corridor. And we do have a few locations that have been identified for that implementation. So in terms of next steps, there's some important information to share with the residents at this time. So apologies for the lengthy description. This week, no parking signage for street resurfacing work will be going up. Regardless of the direction on the bicycle implementation, there is still paving work in the scope of work to repave some sections of street and slurry seal some sections of the street. So that will have impacts and construction work over the next few weeks. So those no parking signs will start going up this week for that paving work. Between February and 28th and March 11th, there will be resurfacing work in progress. So that's grinding of the street, similar to what's seen here. Mid-March will be striping within that resurfaced portion of the project corridors. And then anticipated the beginning of April is slurry seal on other areas of the corridor, with striping of the project corridor either as existing or with the bicycle lane implementation to follow. And then anticipated to be wrapped up by the end of April, with parking returned in either existing or modified based on project implementation. So just to get down into specific details of what the neighborhood can expect to see. So first is these locations that will be having the full resurfacing effort, which is a grinding and overlay of the existing street. That's those areas that are noted here in blue. They'll see construction between next Monday and March 11th. So that's Humboldt Street between Peninsula and Santa Ynez Avenue, Poplar between Claremont and Delaware, and then a small section on Humboldt between 4th and 5th. And then slurry seal is the next step, and that's on these segments that are outlined in red. So Poplar between El Camino and Claremont, this small section of Delaware between Poplar and Indian, and then this section of Humboldt between Tilton and 3rd Avenue. And that again is anticipated to begin April 1st. The striping will be done after the slurry seal is complete, anticipated to start around mid-April. So next steps in general for this project is to provide notice to proceed for paving and roadway striping per City Council direction tonight, either striping to existing or striping to include the bicycle improvements as described. If directed to do so, staff will pursue the implementation of the approved program options, and staff will initiate any other steps as directed by City Council. If needed for certain programs, staff will return to City Council for approval of costs for implementation of those program options. With that, that concludes staff presentation, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Sue Ellen. Quite a presentation here. Thank you. Okay, so I think we need to bring it to the council for questions, clarifying questions before we have public comment. I see Council Member or Deputy Mayor Pappen. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Sue Ellen. That was thorough to say the least. But I do want to still ask about the idea of getting rid of the sidewalk and making that the bike lane, and then putting the cars to park just beyond that. And just wondering feasibility, what it would cost. Is it something we could look into? You were very thorough, but there's still maybe other options. So I'm throwing them out there to you.
I appreciate that. I tried to be as concise as possible, if you could believe that. As mentioned, the suggestion to essentially remove the sidewalk and make that a shared bicycle and pedestrian facility, that's typically a Class 1 shared bike and pedestrian path. You'll see that where there are areas of lower traffic volumes, or that are completely separate from vehicle travel. For example, the Bay Trail is an example of that. We also see that near Caltrain stations, our Hillsdale Caltrain station, also the Belmont Caltrain station. That's not typically a bicycle facility that we would see implemented in a residential neighborhood where we have a lot of curb cuts for driveways and vehicles that are crossing that. As at Hillsdale, we have one driveway that's crossing that we took additional striping and stop sign measures to control. In a residential setting where you have so many driveways that are cutting across that, we're not able to control those conflicts. So that typically would not be a facility that we would recommend in this circumstance.
If I could just ask a follow-up, but don't you have to, you'll have driveways coming into the bike lanes anyway, right?
You will, but you have a bit of additional space. The sidewalk is directly adjacent to that driveway, so the amount of space that a driver has in order to see when they're backing up is less for a bicyclist that's coming along the sidewalk. Even those few feet going out into the street gives additional sight distance to be able to stop when seeing a bicyclist.
Okay, no other question, Diane? We'll go on to Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a quick question on the residential parking permit program potential. You mentioned that there's not a demand generator there. What would it take to change those rules, or is that possible?
City Council could direct staff to modify the policy. That is essentially what it would take. We would have to work with the city attorney's office to determine how that policy could be implemented. In terms of implementing a residential parking permit program without an identified generator, it is something that could be done. It would be potentially a very large program area, however, and if the primary source of the parking demand is residential vehicles, it's possible that it would have limited impact on reducing the number of vehicles on street.
That you just used a word, I forgot what you said, like a program. I'm sorry, it's getting late. So
I forgot what I said too.
So we couldn't just say, like, look, from now on, there needs to be a parking generator or something or a project that is kind of furthering our alternate modes of transportation goals, such as placing a bike lane. You can't make it just as simple as that.
It's my understanding that that would be feasible, but I would defer to our city attorney if there are any legal concerns with that.
I'll just say that that's something that we could examine, but without a parking generator as currently framed in the policy, it could, as Suellen mentioned, have the effect of applying the policy to a much wider area of the city, since you would not be able to really, there are fewer areas you would be able to distinguish from one another, since it would not be parking generated policy. So, I mean, that's something we could research and look into, however.
Okay, because that's a pretty big unknown right there, I think. All right, thanks.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Goethals.
So, Sue Ellen, why didn't you spend more time looking at additional ways of mitigating the parking situation? That's really a joke. That's really a joke. Please don't answer that. I appreciate all the work that you did. I would say the same thing about the outreach to the community. I feel like staff really worked hard on this, really tried to find the right solution for this neighborhood. It's really hard when you're taking parking away from folks. I know we're going to hear a lot of public comment on this item, and people can say whatever they want. They can say, I'm for this project or I'm against this project. To me, this comes down to priorities. So my question is really for the people who have public comment, and what would help me to make a decision in this is to help me understand what your priorities are. And when you're letting us know what you want to see here, please tell us, sidewalks are not a priority. So I'd be willing to get rid of sidewalks, or parking is not a priority. Get rid of the parking, or one of the lanes of traffic is not a priority, and get rid of one of the lanes of traffic. To me, that's kind of where I would lean is a one-lane road, but I recognize that would take longer. In fact, Sue Ellen, do you have any estimate for how long it would take to study a one-lane road and actually implement it?
In terms of studying one roadway, we would be looking at a shorter time frame. However, we would need to look more globally than just one roadway. So in order to do something that's more comprehensive, that would cover more of the neighborhood, it would probably be at least a year. In terms of, we would have to bring on consultant, identify funding for that work. But just choosing a roadway and looking at it, I don't think would best benefit the community and the city. I think that we need to look at it more holistically, and that would be a slightly larger effort.
So, for example, if what you're telling me is that if I had to tonight, I could implement the 2 lanes of car traffic, 2 lanes of bicycle traffic, and 1 lane of parking. I could implement that tonight, and it would dramatically increase safety. It would reduce the parking. And while we did that, we could study taking away a lane of traffic to give back some of the parking. Is that something that's feasible?
If that were to be council direction, that is something that we could evaluate. I'll save that. I think that's something that we could evaluate.
Tell me why we should not do that.
If we're looking at roadways, the more neighborhood roadways, the example of Grant that I mentioned, removal of 1 lane for vehicle travel does not necessarily mean that we can implement bicycle facilities and maintain parking. There's simply not enough width on the more residential streets for that to occur. If we're looking at the roadways that are wider, such as Humboldt or Delaware, we have much broader circulation implications. We have the volume of traffic that I mentioned. We have Bethany Lopez, our senior traffic engineer. She can certainly speak to this more eloquently than I can. But the volume of traffic that's carried on Humboldt and Delaware is about 10 times that's carried on the residential streets. If you make one of those one way, the other is too far logically for vehicles to travel the opposite direction. So they would likely utilize those residential streets, which are not built to carry that type of vehicle volume or vehicle speed. So it's something that we could look into. I'm not certain of what the outcome would be. And I think Bethany's not going to answer. I'll turn it over to Bethany for some additional information.
Thank you, Sue Ellen, and welcome, Bethany.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. I actually did not really have much more to provide. I was just going to suggest that what Sue Ellen provided was adequate, that because of the neighborhood streets, the width and the volume of those, that generally when you do a one-way street, you normally have a couplet. It's called a couplet, where you have one that's the one direction, and you have one that's the opposite direction. And generally those streets are very close in proximity. And as Sue Ellen was suggesting, the closest streets to Humboldt in this scenario would be one of the neighborhood streets of, say, Idaho or Grant. And again, just to reiterate what her point was, is that those are very much neighborhood streets carrying 10 times less volume than Humboldt carries right now. And Humboldt is an arterial roadway. And so we would be shifting one of the purposes for one of those streets to act as the couplet for Humboldt, should it be proposed as one way.
Thank you very much for that explanation, Bethany. Thank you, Sue Ellen. Those are all the questions I have right now.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to go to Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I wanted to clarify for the public. I think there's some misunderstanding about the committed funds and potential loss of funds depending on the decision that's made tonight. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, that the CDGB funds in no scenario will be wasted or unspent. Is that accurate?
The funding will continue to be utilized for the paving work that's already in the project scope. Paving is very expensive, so it's a big part of that budget. And then the roadway would be striped in whatever manner City Council directs. Any money that is not spent due to not implementing the bike improvements would go back into the CDBG funding.
Okay, thank you. And then another question that I had about sort of the just the level of investigation as and analysis of the neighborhood as a whole. I think that, you know, there's been a lot of ideas generated. There's been, you know, a very robust community outreach effort, you know, going into this project and then throughout the project. But at the point when we are developing this master plan, I think that there's been some reflection about the process that we have and the kind of level of analysis that we do of alternative designs and trade-offs and the input that we're seeking from community at that point. And I was hoping that you could speak to, you know, where are some of the, you know, the shortcomings of the process that we went through in terms of the master plan and how we expect to incorporate some changes in terms of, you know, how we move forward in master planning and to the extent of, you know, high level feasibility and trade-off analysis and the level of community input that we want to see moving forward.
For the bike master plan, we had an extensive citywide community engagement process. We were fortunate we could do in-person workshops at that point. We could do a community bike tour. We could do pop-up events throughout the city. We got great feedback from the community, but we knew even at that time that each specific project at the time of implementation would garner more public feedback than that general project, the general plan, bicycle plan, not general plan, indicated. That's why we committed for each project that we were implementing to do specific community engagement, because it's typically not until a project is going to be implemented near one's home or near one's work that more interest is garnered in that project. So we did make that commitment, and we have been doing so in this case. In terms of identifying conflict, identifying trade-offs in the bike master plan, there are 100 plus projects that were identified out of the bike master plan. This effort went more in depth than our 2011 plan in identifying what actually would fit in the public right-of-way and ensuring that the bicycle facilities that were selected would fit in the public right-of-way. The amount of design that's necessary to discern the specific trade-offs in terms of parking is not necessarily something that you can do at that high level, but having with this project in mind, if it is possible to do in the future, that's something that we would look into doing. So hopefully that answered your question. I think our Public Works Director, Azalea Mitch, wanted to add something here.
Yes, if I can add, Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director. Councilmember Lee, indeed, you know, this project has been very challenging in many ways. We are definitely having to seek your guidance in prioritizing how we can best use the public right-of-way. We are hoping to go back to you as part of a study session that will focus specifically on downtown. We only have limited right-of-way, and there are definitely competing demands in terms of pedestrian use, vehicle safety, safety for all modes, and bicycle lanes. So we will take a look at downtown specifically, and we will have to, on a project-by-project basis, definitely consider the impacts and seek guidance there in terms of priorities and best use of the public right-of-way.
Thank you. You know, I think there's a lot of I think it's helpful to bring some visibility to the process that we go through, because for many community members in North Central who are impacted by this project, they have felt that this has been a foregone conclusion that it will happen because it was approved in the bicycle master plan. And knowing that the steps that we went through to come to this proposed project, and then the second level of analysis and community engagement to further refine the project and really assess feasibility is also part of the project. But I understand, based on conversations with staff, that there probably are opportunities to improve our master planning process going forward. And I don't know, City Manager, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. I think that as we move forward, as Azalea mentioned, that we have a number of different master plans, and I think there's a couple things. I think we need to do a little bit better job making sure the plans themselves are compatible. And what I mean by that, and what Azalea mentioned, is there's only so much right of way, and we have multiple things competing for right of way space. We have pedestrians, we have bicyclists, we have cars parking, we have cars driving, and in the downtown we have the added issue of restaurants wanting to have parklets, and there's just simply not enough space. And we know that some of our plans are not necessarily as compatible as we would like them to be. And so I think, and part of that will be as we go through the complete streets plan, we'll be able to sort of, I think, better achieve that compatibility between the different modes. I also think, as Sue Ellen mentioned, it's difficult, and it's a bit of a chicken and the egg, with it's hard to know what trade-offs are going to be when you're at a high level. But I do think that we need to, at a bare minimum, talk about the fact that because when we're doing a project like this, because the right of way is limited, there will likely be some trade-offs. And here are the types of trade-offs that may happen. I think this project has been, as challenging as it's been. I think we will absolutely take some lessons learned from this process to improve as we move forward, to make sure that we're, I think, better identifying it at a bare minimum, at least at a high level, what kind of trade-offs we would have when we are making fundamental changes to how we're using the right-of-way.
Thank you for that clarification. And I hope that it is instill some confidence in the public that we are self-reflective as an organization and trying to constantly improve processes, and are willing to say when something's not working that we can do better. So another kind of line of questioning I think that's important to clarify is that, and I think Commissioner Rowinski spoke to this, is that as the current proposal is outlined, with implementation, full implementation slated for April 11th, at that point, what kind of parking supply programs would be operational?
In the short term, we are able to get to develop education about the driveway apron parking. That's something that the police department would not enforce on. So any resident that's parking in front of their driveway would be able to do so. Again, that would work in a single family or duplex home, where that driveway space would be able to be negotiated with residents. So that's something that we can implement in the short term. We can get information out about the Get Around program as Parks and Rec Department staff availability allows, and then start working on outreach about accessible parking spaces and the driveway tipping. The programs that would be longer term in nature would be developing any shared parking lot agreements outside of those controlled by the city, and any programs like a parking permit program that would be much longer term in nature.
Okay, and for the public, the Get Around program is a subsidized fee-based program. It's basically like a taxi service that seniors are eligible for I believe it's like up to 4 rides a month or 8 rides a month. I can't remember, for $5 a ride. So it's not a substitute for a car. It's more of a supplemental subsidized service for seniors, the eligible seniors. And my other question, this is going to be a little bit kind of in the weeds, but if you'll indulge me, I live in this neighborhood, and I experience on a daily basis in my walks, in my scoots, in my drives, the lack of visibility on the streets, and one of from my perspective, one of the driving factors of that is the lack of red striping that I believe should be in place, and also, when I became, more kind of savvy in the city, I did use and pay for the red tipping on my driveway, because before I did that, there were times where I couldn't pull into my driveway because somebody was parked right up on the edge of my driveway, or even overhanging my driveway. So red tipping and red striping is a really, I think, a very needed solution on our streets that will help improve visibility. And I understand that that there's certain criteria for red striping on what you call controlled intersections and uncontrolled intersections. And I would say that from my view, because of the narrowness of the streets in our neighborhood and the lack of maneuverability with two-way driving, two-way cars, and such low visibility, there's many streets, I believe, in this neighborhood that would greatly benefit from red striping along curbs, along intersections, along controlled intersections, and along the uncontrolled intersections. And so many residents that would benefit from red tipping on their driveways so that they can actually use their driveways and their garages for parking. I wanted to, better understand how our data analysis and parking supply analysis factored in or didn't factor in the conditions of our streets in regard to the red striping. My understanding, based on conversations with staff, is that you are measuring the 22 feet from what was existing. So if there's no red striping, then you're measuring where from that point. And so I'm concerned that we haven't reached an accurate baseline because we don't have the necessary red striping that should be in place, and the red tipping that should be in place so that people can actually utilize our streets and have visibility, so that it's no secret that the conditions of our street are unsafe, and that's why this neighborhood has been prioritized for investments from CDGB fund. So I hope you can kind of enlighten me on the data.
Sure, I can start on the driveway red tipping. And I wanted to thank you for sharing these questions in advance so we could prepare some information to provide additional analysis. In terms of the driveway red tipping, the installation would be at resident request. It's not typically something that the city does go out and do without the resident requesting and approving. The amount of parking supply that could potentially be reduced through driveway red tipping is something that at this point, without knowing resident interest in the program, we're not able to provide any estimate on. The red curb is on average up to about 5 foot at the driveway. Again, the analysis is done on a case-by-case basis and strives to maintain legal parking spaces. But again, as you mentioned, having that driveway red tipping does make the driveway and the garage more usable. So while you may lose some on a small amount of on-street parking with that driveway red tipping, you do gain the ability to use that off-street parking. So that's something that we're not able to accurately measure in advance. In terms of the red curb and the site visibility, I'll invite Bethany Lopez again to come in and share some feedback on those questions.
Hello again. I'm going to be sharing some information on my screen, so let me know when you see this. All right, can you all see this all right?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So to address the concerns about visibility at intersections, that's primarily related to sight distance issues. And that sight distance issue is really prevalent at locations where there's a side street stop control. So where one street has the ability to go through without stopping, but the other street is stopped at that intersection. And so in order to take a look to see what we may be able to do to address that, we wanted to take a look first to see where those side street controlled locations were. And so we started to plot out where we first had traffic signals, that's these locations, and where you start to add red curb for locations that have traffic signals and all-way stops, and these red dots are all-way stops. You may be adding red curb for maneuverability, but it's not necessarily for visibility or to address the safety concern related to those vehicles that are not stopping at the intersection. It would primarily be for maneuverability. So from there, we wanted to take a look at where so all of these locations, let me take a quick step back, are locations where there's some sort of control on both legs. And just to reiterate that if we were to add additional red curb at these locations, it would be primarily to facilitate that maneuverability. And you'll just notice that the stop signs that are placed in the area are really in a grid-like pattern. They do help facilitate in some manner, temper some of the speeds in the area. So I just wanted to make a quick note of that. From there, we took a look at where there was existing red curb and where there was not. And so that's what these pink dots are. I'm going to go ahead and turn off these other ones because it gets a little bit busy here. But we have the pink dots here, and then we have a small little blue line here. And what we took a look at was where we actually have red curb added for sight distance to address that sight distance concern already. You'll note that when we install red curb for sight distance, it usually comes on a request by request basis. We're not normally doing this proactively. And that has to do with just balancing the needs of parking in the neighborhood and understanding that sight distance implementation does end up resulting in some parking loss. So one of the other notes about this is that we did take a look at collisions in the neighborhood, and we're not finding specifically that there's a correlation between no red curb or not having any red curb, like I said, at these blue line locations, or actually having the red curb for sight distance. And so there's not a strong correlation between those two. It's not to say that it wouldn't help, but again, it's not a one-on-one sort of thing for those. So like I said, we have quite a few locations within the vicinity of the project where we already have red curb installed for sight distance, but we certainly do have a few other locations near the project where we do not. And so I'm going to throw it back over to Sue Ellen because we did take a look at the analysis. If we were to add red curb at all of these locations, that would be a conservative approach to add red curb at all of the locations that don't have it currently, particularly within the vicinity of the project. Another way to potentially approach this would be to take a look at locations where there may be a higher prevalence of collisions and perhaps only implement red curb at those locations. So like I said, I'm going to send it back to Sue Ellen from here.
Thanks, Bethany. So in taking that conservative approach of looking at red curb in all of the locations where it's not currently, we looked at how many parking spaces would need to be removed to provide that sight distance, and then re-performed the parking analysis for the proposed removal on the project corridors. And what we found was that the removal that would be necessary as part of that red curb installation was not enough to affect the distance in which the parking removal could be accommodated. So long story short, that means that even if that red curb were installed and the additional parking spaces were removed, that would not increase the distance that residents would potentially need to walk to find parking due to the parking removal. For example, along the Humboldt corridor, those locations that Bethany had pointed out would result in the loss of 78 additional parking spaces out of a total parking supply of 1,573. So it was not enough of a difference to change that analysis.
I thank you for the extra work that you did on that. I think that there's probably some additional conversations that we don't need to get into about, what criteria was used for which intersections, because as I said, for me, living in this neighborhood, both the controlled and the uncontrolled intersections require some improvements for visibility and safety. So and then also not knowing how many residents and what parking loss would be factored in if we were to actually roll out the red tipping on the driveways. So, to me, I appreciate the extra work that's gone in, but I still have reservations about us getting to the accurate baseline of parking supply. I think those are my questions for now.
Thank you very much. Do I see a hand up? No, I don't. Any other questions? I got a question that I probably should have asked you about this ahead of time, but I got this question from some of the residents in the neighborhood that I met with. And they told me that some people are telling them that the apartment owners in the area, owners who have parking on site, are charging for parking on those sites. Are we aware of that? Did we take a look at that?
We're typically made aware of that for new development. In some, that's called unbundled parking, and in some cases that's implemented as a transportation demand management measure. So at the time that the projects are approved is when we would be made aware that that program is being implemented. If it's an existing complex, we don't necessarily know of those programs when they're implemented.
Right, but if we find out that this is happening and we consider the fact that when the building was permitted, it was required to build parking at some level for its residents. And now, seeing that parking is at such a premium, the owner has decided that, well, this is a profit leader, and decided to let the city pay for the parking for all those who choose not to pay for the parking in his place. It seems like there's some kind of a transaction going there that we're on the losing end of. Have we thought about that?
If we were made aware of those and it were city council direction to do so, we could work with the community development department and city attorney's office to determine what options were in place. But we again are not necessarily made aware of those situations.
Okay, well, maybe we can find out about some of that. I have an idea. I'll look into it. Okay, when we sent out the notification, I heard a lot of complaints about notification. Some of the residents told me that, well, the notifications were sent to the owners and not the residents of the buildings. Did we cover both of those bases?
We rely on the mailing lists that are available to the city. It's possible, I would ask Azalea if she has additional information on that.
The notifications went both to the residents and the property owners.
In other words, since we don't know who the tenants are, we just send it to that address.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Okay, those are my questions for now. this is your last chance, council. Otherwise, we're going straight to the public comment. Not seeing any, then we're going to the public comment. Madam Clerk, how many public commenters do we have?
If I could ask everyone who intends to comment to raise their hand at this time so we can assess that.
Yeah, it's jumping up, I see. Some coming, some going. We're at 20. Okay, please, everybody. And I want to ask people to consider that if you did send a letter, we read it. We know about it. And we've already got those thoughts in our mind. If you heard somebody else talk about your points, please just refer to them and say, yes, I agree with those points that this other commenter made. Thank you, good enough. Any way that we could try to keep from staying here until midnight would be good. Seeing 27 hands raised. Oh, 26, thank you. I'm going to go to 2 minutes. I hate to do that, but I'm going to go to 2 minutes for public comment. So the more hands there are, the shorter I have to make it. Okay, thank you. Let's go to 2 minutes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker is Kevin Simpson.
Hello, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I also want to thank the city staff and the council for the amount of time you've spent on this issue. I live at 110 South Humboldt. I live between 2nd and Cypress. I've lived here for 14 years. I'm not an avid cyclist. I don't have any fancy riding duds or even a fancy bike. I do use my bike to go downtown, to go to the hardware store, to go to Pete's, to go to Draeger's, to go to the drugstore, to get across to the Bay Trail, and sometimes even to go up to Burlingame. I am a renter. The parking removal will remove the spaces directly in front of my house on the west side of Humboldt. I'm all in favor of this project. We are trying as a city to get people out of cars and to disincent for both environmental reasons and for congestion reasons and for livability reasons, the reduction in vehicle traffic. My concern is if we bypass this investment now and let it sit, there is no other viable bicycle infrastructure in this underinvested neighborhood that I've been living in for 14 years. I understand the parking problems, but I also think that there's a lot of detail that needs to be understood that go beyond even the exhaustive amount of stats you have. There's a lot of people who are just storing cars on the street. We have policies that are outdated that don't allow us to enforce reasonable parking limits. We have people that are parking lots of commercial vehicles on the street that take up extra spots. We have all kinds of gamesmanship, which I've outlined it in a letter, but I'd be happy to have you walk the streets. Finally, as to removing the sidewalks it just wouldn't work on Humboldt. Walk it, ride it, it just wouldn't work. That's my 2 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Weinauer.
Hi, members of the council. Message is if you want to run for council, make sure you're a night owl. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible, but the Central Neighborhood Association, as president of that, we support implementing this project and think these lanes are really important for reducing traffic and fighting climate change and moving San Mateo up in terms of its bikeability and walkability, because it's a little embarrassing where we are right now. I'm going to repeat the same word about 10 times, and it comes down to, like the previous speaker said very eloquently, enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. We have an ordinance, 11.32.100, that prohibits the parking of commercial trucks from home occupation businesses on residential streets. It is not being enforced, and as a result, you have excessive numbers of work trucks parking in our neighborhoods. And for the same reason, we need to look at the RPPP and the generator issue that was talked about by Councilmember Rodriguez. That's something we really got to look at. What the gentleman said earlier, there are a ton of residents that have a ton of cars that don't run, that are just sitting there, and they move them 12 feet and they game the system. We need to get tough on this. I was a little disappointed to hear that Circo was replaced by Laz, which looks like lazy, honestly, and based on what I've seen them do, they do seem lazy. And I'm a little disappointed that that happened based upon apparently some complaints that they were too strict. I think living on 4th Avenue, they're not strict enough. Like, you got to be strict. People will park in, as Councilmember Lee said, in your driveway, and they will go have dinner. And I've lived at that for years. So enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. And if we don't have that, then all the red tips and all the lanes and everything else, the parking aprons don't mean jack, right? You guys can paint the hell out of the sidewalks. If you don't enforce it, it doesn't matter. So enforce it. And as far as the bike master plan, I'm a little mystified. As an avid biker, I bike thousands of miles, but I'm not a commuter. I'm a little mystified by the plan because we should get bikes off of main corridors and onto side streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Claire Stevens.
Claire, I think you might need to unmute.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, I'm real proud of a group that I was involved in that collected almost 700 signatures from North Central residents on a petition that doesn't want their parking removed. And I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because I do like biking too. And I think biking is important. And this division that's happening here, biking lanes versus parking, it's happening all over the country as we try to transition to more earth-friendly modes of transportation. It has to happen, and the transition isn't easy, but I would like to make our neighborhood transition more of a role model on how to do it. And let's bring the bikers and the city and the residents together, and let's solve the problems in our neighborhood, our safety issues and our parking issues, and then let's implement a bike lane. And I think everybody could be happy. And I'd also like the city maybe to offer some incentives for bike riding in our neighborhood by maybe have a free bike giveaway to some of our residents. Maybe have some e-bikes for rent stored at the King Center. But let's just kind of think out of the box. Let's come together and we could be a role model for the country if we did this the right way. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ann Paulson.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. I'm Ann Paulson, and I'd like to thank the city staff for their hard work. I realize that residents like to store their cars on the streets, but public streets are for travel. Right now, cyclists don't have a safe way to travel through San Mateo. Right now, by allowing drivers to store their cars on Humboldt and Poplar instead of having bike lanes, you're preventing cyclists from traveling safely. If you want kids to get to school safely without having to create more car traffic because their parents are driving them, if you want more cyclists to ride their bikes instead of driving because they now feel safe, if you want less automotive traffic and less emissions that are dangerous to the very residents who live in the neighborhoods, you will prioritize travel and allow cyclists to travel safely in dedicated bike lanes. Drivers can make the tiny sacrifice of walking another 100 yards to their cars on side streets so that cyclists can travel safely. And by the way, no, I would not be happy if you took another 5 or 10 years to get the neighborhood together and finally agree on putting in the bike lanes. Put them in now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Trina.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm just a little concerned about
all this outreach that they say they were doing, they didn't do that until the neighborhood started complaining and saying they didn't know about it. A lot of us knew about the bike lane. We didn't know you were removing cars. After the meeting, finally, with the King Center, which we requested time after time, they had a meeting there. A lot of the people were really upset. So I think they cut the meeting short. So I'm asking, why can't we do 6 months to a year, put up stop signs at Santa Ynez and Indian, which this neighborhood has been asking for years. I'm talking years. And just try it. I mean, what's wrong with a shared bike lane? You do it on Delaware. Delaware, okay, maybe it's 3 inches bigger, but you still do it on Delaware and it's working. Why interrupt these people? And then when I hear you're going to charge seniors $5, do you guys know seniors don't have that kind of money here? You know, and then you guys want an award for age friendly for seniors. That's not doing our seniors really good. Today, I turned in over 100 more petitions because people didn't think we had a chance. Because when they called City Hall, they kept saying it's a done deal right way before the meeting. So when I went out to ask people, they just said, Trina, you're wasting your time. I'm not signing that petition. It's not going to work. I turned in over 100 more today. Friday, I turned in over 500. These people, we're not saying don't do a bike lane. Let's share a bike lane, see what happens. And before you do a bike lane, you need to fix the streets because these kids and people are going to be walking. They're going to be running from raccoons. And if you've seen a lot of these side streets, they're terrible. You trip over. I got one in front of my house, my next door neighbor's house. Those kids ride their bikes and trip over it all the time. So I'm just asking, can you please do that before you disrupt this? And we don't even know where we're going to park because you haven't implemented all the parking. So we're just asking, you know, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karina Sengupta.
Thank you for your time and thank you for having me speak here. So this is a topic close to my heart because when I was 15, I was actually rear-ended by a car on my bike. I was slipped from my bike. I fell down and I have some scars that if anyone would like to see, I'm happy to still show you. Came home bleeding. Thankfully, I was okay. I just needed a few bruises. But honestly, it takes you one accident to know how dangerous these are. You know, the statistics are out there. Shared bike lanes are 50% more dangerous than roads with bike lanes. I don't wish anyone ever get into an accident or anyone witness someone they love get into an accident. But let me tell you, it was terrifying when it happened to me. It was terrifying when it happened to my father. Terrifying when my father saw me with that bleeding leg. And I was so excited when I moved from San Francisco and then San Mateo to know that these were cities committed to Vision Zero. I'm very, very excited that people on this call have on record said that they want to make this not take decades, but move faster. For those of you who don't know, Vision Zero is a pledge to study collisions, have a data-backed approach. And I think we have the data that 11% of collisions happen here. And I absolutely understand that it's inconvenient for parking and that might feel like something that's a pain for people who've never seen an accident. But let me tell you, as someone who's had an accident, it's scary. That accident could have been way worse. If I was rear-ended at a higher speed, and again, no one wants to get into an accident, but it just happens when the risk factors are there. So I want to strongly urge everyone over here, please, let's take a stand for safety and keep the bigger priorities in mind, as one councilman has said earlier when we make these decisions. So I appreciate this being prioritized, and I'm very hopeful for the vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Davis Turner.
Good evening, San Mateo City Council. Davis Turner of Oak Grove Manor in Burlingame. I live about 1.5 miles north of the project area. I'm an occasional biker, not an avid one, but I certainly believe in the power of walkable, bikeable, and sustainable cities that prioritize the pedestrian. I walk and take the train to school. I would bike to school if only it was safe to do so through the project area, but it simply is not. As others will likely mention later on, the city of San Mateo has a sustainable streets plan dating back to 2015, and the city has been instructed to review locations with significant traffic and make pedestrian improvements. And it seems to me like this is a great opportunity to do so, considering that a lot of bicycle collisions within the city have occurred in the project area within the past 5 years, something like 11% or so. This is absolutely ridiculous. And as stated in the earlier presentation as well, some of the highest priority projects with regards to the bicycle master plan involve the project area. So it certainly does weaken the credibility of a bicycle master plan and sets the city back tens of years if these lanes aren't constructed, considering that's what's been recommended. And I understand that people who don't bike may see this as useless for them since it won't improve their daily life, but I would argue that there are a plethora of positive externalities from bicycling that circles back to their daily life, whether it be happier neighbors, livelier streets, or perhaps even less injuries for motorists themselves because they don't have to deal with cyclists within, for example, like a Sharrow, and instead it would be an independent lane, which is safer for both parties, which is positive for both parties as well. So I think that could also have a number of benefits for people who may not see it as beneficial for them in the first place. And I would say that finally, we'd have to consider the environmental benefits. It's important that we decarbonize San Mateo, and as other speakers have mentioned, we should probably work on climate-friendly policies, and incentivizing the mode shift in how we commute, how we travel to recreation, how we move in general has to involve bikes, and there's no better way to incentivize cycling than investing in infrastructure that puts bikes first, especially in an area as critical as this with the high youth population surrounding a large public school, both the high school and elementary school, and an important community center that I've enjoyed using, as have many others in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maggie Trin.
Hi there. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the staff for all of their work. I live in an adjoining neighborhood just south of North Central in the Sunnybrae neighborhood, and I bike to north of downtown, so through North Central every single weekday, and I bike through there with my child on the back of the bike. Agree with what other people have said about how dangerous it is to bike where you have to share space with vehicles. I certainly have been in many situations where, I am entitled to take up the full width of the lane where there is no bike lane. There are lots of vehicles who honestly do not know how to drive with bicycles around. They don't know how to bike. They don't know how to drive safely with bicycles around. There's a lot of honking. There's a lot of aggressive revving of the motors, and it's terrifying. And for that reason, I live right off of Delaware. I don't take Delaware, which would be the most direct route, even though it is a bike lane, because of how aggressive the drivers are and of how fast they're going. And instead, I take side streets, which are not great because, I'm not using the existing bicycle infrastructure. And, we need better bicycle infrastructure in order for bicycles to have a critical mass so that drivers will pay more attention to them, will be more aware of the fact that bicycles are out there, and will look for them when they make lane changes, when they turn. A lot of people aren't using their signaling, and that hurts us as well. So I enjoy using the San Mateo Drive bike lanes, and I would love to see more bike lanes all over North Central. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Watanuki.
Good evening, Mayor Bonilla and members of the City Council. My name is Lori Watanuki, and I am a board member of the Central Neighborhood Association. I echo all of Michael Weinhauer's comments, and we support the bike lanes on both sides of Humboldt Street and the parking remaining on the east side of Humboldt Street. There is a second ordinance, which is the Home Business Ordinance 27.16.040, which clearly states that commercial vehicles are not to be parked on residential streets. And this has not been enforced by the police. There's also the oversized vehicle ordinance that doesn't get enforced by the police. So those are two ordinances that we would like to see be better enforced by the police. Paying for commercial parking is a part of the cost of having a business. So I think that really these people who have businesses should be paying for their parking in a commercial parking lot, and they could do it monthly or whatever works out. We have many young families in the Central neighborhood who would like to start biking. And so please approve the Humboldt Street bike lane, safe and sustainable transportation options. And I just thought of one more parking generator, and that is the commercial trucks. that are on the streets. That's a real big parking generator for many, many neighborhoods, both on the east side and the west side. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Irene Vega.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to ask the difficult questions, and I appreciate this late session we're having. I will keep it short because I wrote all of you guys an email, so you already know how I feel about the subject. But after listening tonight and to the presentation and the questions that you guys all asked, I would say moving forward that we would definitely need safe parking alternatives before the bike lanes are implemented. Councilmember Lee had mentioned street visibility in our neighborhood, but that's during the daytime. Nighttime is a completely different story. So I would say that we would need better street lighting for residents who are now will be forced to park further from their houses so that they have better lighting when they're walking home. And this would provide more safety for the residents as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonathan New.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for supplying such thorough research on the project. I'm a homeowner in North Central, and I've really enjoyed using the new bike lanes on San Mateo Drive up to Burlingame. And like several of the speakers, I'm strongly in favor of the proposed North Central bike lanes. Road safety, climate, and traffic are all important issues we face here in San Mateo. The leading cause of death of young people in the US aged 15 to 24 is car crashes. And tragically, we've even seen these collisions in our neighborhood. Additionally, roughly a third of our carbon emissions are from transportation. If we wait for the perfect project that tries to ameliorate all of these problems and has no downside and universal consent, we're going to be waiting an awfully long time. Studies show that better bicycle infrastructure improves all of these areas. Obviously, these problems aren't going to go away overnight, but we can strive to get incrementally better. And we have a lot of momentum. The opening of B Street to pedestrians has been wildly popular, and early feedback on some of the general plan alternatives have indicated strong enthusiasm for prioritizing biking and pedestrians. Even across the US, the most sold electric vehicle is not a Tesla, but rather the e-bike, which is a far more economical alternative. If we want to encourage bicycle use, electric or otherwise, reduce traffic, reduce our carbon footprint, improve safety, and probably even save lives, we must continue making a safe, well-connected network of bicycle lanes. Having the occasional disconnected bike lane or painted sharrows on busy streets is simply not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Carlson.
Good evening. I've lived in North Central for about 35 years. I've been involved in cycling, both as a commuter and a recreational cyclist for over 40 years, and I've served on regional and local community bicycle planning committees for over 30 years. San Mateo has a long, rich tradition of being involved in planning, design, and implementation of bike lanes for at least 50 years. And it has been the leader in the county for many years. In fact, it used to get all of the grant money because nobody else would apply for grants for bicycle programs. But I never recalled that any bicycle project resulted in the loss of hundreds of parking spaces. That is the reason why Delaware is not bike lanes, that it's a bike route. Bike routes are still safe. They don't provide the same level of safety as a bike lane, but then even people in San Francisco, sort of the local biking mecca, would tell you that bike lanes aren't safe without barriers. So there's always a level of how much safety you want to build in. I think the common sense solution for streets like Delaware and Humboldt is sharrows, where they're well marked, well delineated. If you drill down on a lot of the accidents in San Mateo, it's even your own plan, it says that the accidents were people behaving badly as drivers and cyclists. They weren't obeying the rules. Paint is not going to provide that level of protection. The last thing I have to say is the Bicycle Master Plan estimates there are only 500 daily riders in San Mateo. They only aim to attract another 25% over the life of the plan. If you assume only 100 riders live in this district, you're only talking a few more riders. My concern is that the sacrifice that you're asking hundreds of people to make for the benefit of a very few riders, it just doesn't end there. It's not in the cost ratio, but thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leah.
Hello. I did write a letter, so I will try to be brief. I live on Poplar. I'm very concerned about having to cross a street that's unsafe with no crosswalks. And I really don't understand why we need a bike lane on Poplar when there's going to be a bike boulevard 1 block north, parallel to Poplar. And in Sue Ellen's presentation, she said it's because there's a light at San Mateo Drive, but there's also a light at Bellevue. So why do you need, and then there's no accidents on the section between El Camino and San Mateo Drive on her diagram. So I am confused generally why you need to take away parking. Most of my neighbors, I do not think realize this is happening. The signs haven't been updated on the street corners. If you're not following this closely, you don't realize that this project is going to be implemented next month. So you're going to have more angry people, frustrated that their parking has been lost and they haven't been communicated with, which was the plan. The problem with this project from the beginning is that they bid on the project, they selected a contractor, there was outrage, and then they went to the community for feedback. You know, I hear people's concern about work trucks, but, you know, plumbers, electricians, contractors, those are people with work trucks. And they're all going to move to the East Bay if you make this community unwelcome for them. We know parking's going to get worse. It was said in the Planning Commission meeting. And if you're choosing to disregard that, you're saying we don't want you people who have work trucks or in our community. So I want to know why this community hasn't been treated better when the 28th Avenue got a lot more outreach than we did. So, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gloria Brown.
Thank you. And I want to thank the staff as well for their hard work. I am concerned about the parking issue. I live in the heart of North Central and lived here all my life. So in the interest of time, let me just read my last statement that I put together. I, along with others, would ask that you please consider delaying the approval of the bike lanes, reallocate the funds for these urgent needs that plague our community. And I think Irene made mention of that. And finally, go back to the drawing table for further discussions so the bike lane issue is a win-win for everyone. I don't see that being a win-win for everyone at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eric Wolford.
Hello, and thank you to the council and for examining this issue. Thank you for letting me speak. I would just like to point out that the system of bike lanes that we have in San Mateo is built upon the connectedness of the system itself. And so bike lanes are really only as good as the system and being able to connect to other cities and to other bike lanes. And running a bike lane essentially to nowhere down Humboldt is, I think, ill-advised in my perspective as a North Central resident. However, I do support this project. I support it going forward. I just support it going down Delaware instead of Humboldt because of many reasons. One sort of main problem, I think, with Sue Ellen's presentation is that, you know, the problem she mentioned with Delaware Street is that it doesn't connect east-west. But the real problem with east-west streets is that Monte Diablo and 3rd and 4th Aves are important to make as their own bike lanes, regardless of whether your bike lane going north-south is 2 blocks away or 6 blocks away, that being the difference between Humboldt and Delaware. You still need to go east-west on either one of those streets. The city needs to prioritize those. But in general, my point is that the bike lanes are important. They just need to be part of a broader system. So I'd encourage the council members to please vote for this project on Humboldt, and also to consider the fact that Delaware should be prioritized in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sanya Laja.
Respected Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Sandhya Ladha, and I'm the Policy Director at Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition and also a concerned new mother. Since I'm speaking on behalf of the Bicycle Coalition, you'd think it's obvious that we would always support bike lanes, whatever is the case. But that is not true. There have been instances in the past where we have urged the city staff and council to keep parking instead of bike lanes because that was the need of the community at that hour. The North Central neighborhood, though, is very different from the latter. The 214 parking spaces that will be removed due to the project can be easily absorbed within 2 or 3 minutes of walking distance. And along with that, the city staff has recommended several solutions to mitigate the removal of these parking spaces. Would then removal of parking be as dangerous as several collisions the corridor has seen, or probably even more in the future? The decision you make today is between a minor inconvenience in parking and saving lives of San Mateo residents. The decision you make today is between a minor inconvenience in parking and constructing 2 of the top 5 highest priority projects in San Mateo's recently adopted bicycle master plan. The decision you make today is between a minor inconvenience in parking and safe routes to school for over 2,200 students. Answering Council Member Joe Goithel's question, what is our priority? Our priority is prioritizing people over cars, prioritizing people over vehicle storage, saving lives of San Mateo residents, and I don't think anything else should come above that. I urge the Council to vote in favor of the North Central project today. It is a big, strong step, which if you take today, will prove that you are a visionary leader who cares about the safety of our children, our community members, who's willing to take the tough decisions for the betterment of the community, even if it is not a popular decision at this time. Thank you all once again, and looking forward to the decision that happens.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Manzi.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Jessica Manzi, a San Mateo resident. Tonight, I'm here to express my support for the installation of new bike lanes in the North Central neighborhood. I also want to thank you for your service. These aren't easy decisions. Projects like this one demand your leadership. Without your leadership, we won't achieve our adopted long-term vision. The status quo is too strong. Without your support, we won't be able to create a network of safe, connected bike lanes. Without your vision, we won't achieve 0 fatal or severe injuries in San Mateo. My fundamental reason for supporting this project is safety, and safety benefits everyone. Bike lanes clearly delineate who goes where. This makes it easier for people on bikes and in cars, and is especially important for a route that serves schools. Bike lanes also provide a buffer between parking and travel lanes. On a street that's heavily parked when you're backing out of your driveway, it can be really hard to see oncoming traffic. Bike lanes provide additional maneuvering space if it's needed. Finally, bike lanes separate vulnerable road users, people on bikes, from cars. There are histories of crashes between cars and people on bikes on these very streets. If we can't provide safe facilities on these streets, where there is a history of crashes, where can we? I appreciate the additional work that staff has done to gather more feedback from the community and to explore ways to address parking changes that are needed to make space for safer bike lanes. Work can continue on implementing these parking mitigation strategies after the bike lanes are installed. We simply can't justify delays to these safety improvements in the name of more convenient parking. I urge you to support the installation of the North Central bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bri Myers.
Hi, thank you to the council and for giving me the opportunity to speak, and to the city staff for their work on this project. My name is Bri Myers. I live in 19th Avenue Park. I'm a parent to young kids. My family walks, bikes, scooters to school, grocery stores, parks, library, anything we can bike and scoot to, we do. Please vote in support of the bike lanes. I echo other speakers' comments regarding how dangerous it is to bike and scooter in North Central. San Mateo desperately needs continuous bike lanes that give cyclist scooters their own section of roads separate from cars, which this project does, connecting downtown through North Central. We can't keep building 1 to 3 blocks of bike lanes that suddenly end, forcing bikes to then merge in with traffic traveling at 30 plus miles per hour. That's dangerous and scary, not just for cyclists, but the drivers and cars as well. If implementing these bike lanes results in a 5% transportation mode shift from cars to bikes and scooters in the neighborhood that serves over 2,200 students, that result in 220 fewer car trips in the neighborhood daily. And that's only accounting for students, not other commuters. That significant reduction in car traffic will make our streets less congested, improve traffic flow, especially at these peak times, reduce emissions, and make the neighborhood significantly safer. The more people who use bike lanes, the safer the roads become as drivers start respecting cyclists and their room on the road. A month ago in January, I led a community ride with the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition on the proposed bike lanes on Humboldt, with 6 others after work at 6 p.m. and in the dark. We had lots of lights, reflective vests, and jackets. The ride went smoothly until we started riding on Humboldt Street, and then it turned into the scariest ride I've been on. Cars were tailgating us, speeding past us on the wrong side of the road, and we witnessed a car accident. I feared for everyone's safety on that ride. At the end of the ride, our group decided we would no longer host community rides through North Central in the dark until the bike lanes are built. It is simply too dangerous. Please support these bike lanes and make the road safer for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Martin Wiggins.
Thank you, Mayor Bonilla and council members. My name is Martin Wiggins, and I live in Hayward Park. I want to firstly thank you for your careful consideration of this important safety project. And as a parent, I deeply appreciate your important work recently on Vision Zero policies to make it safer for kids to get around in our great town. I have lived within a mile or so of the project area for 8 years. In that time, my wife and I have had 2 kids, and my in-laws have moved into the Wood Lake condo complex, which fronts onto North Humboldt. And so I've been driving and biking my kids through North Central for 6 years. As a regular cyclist through here who's had numerous near collisions, it's easy for me to say that it's obviously unsafe. I'm really impressed and appreciative of staff's work. It seems like they've done everything they can to bend over backwards for those who are currently benefiting from free parking along the streets. And they've even gone back to do a second round of outreach and develop programs that can actually increase the amount of parking that's available. There's a time for process and there's a time for action. We've had the process. Now it's time for action. If we're serious about implementing the bicycle master plan, I would say it's time to move forward. I trust you are thinking about the precedent this sets. If this amount of outreach and mitigation isn't enough, what is? Will I have to call in and plead for every bike lane project in the city? Will every project go through a year or more of design and spending only to be kept in limbo up until the very last moment as we are tonight? I've been thinking about it, and I really can't wrap my head around how we would collectively say no to a couple bike lanes on a high injury corridor, only so parking for some folks can remain totally unchanged. I really hope tonight that you see how important this moment is and the role you play in making San Mateo a safer place for people of all ages. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Hunt.
Oh, thank you. I support the bike lanes as planned. I'm a resident of Hayward Park and travel to and through North Central while visiting the King Center and using the Monte Diablo bike ped overpass. I have 2 kids under 7 years old, and I want a future where I can safely bike with my kids to high school and not a future where I have to drive my kids to high school. This project is a step towards that goal. To build off the comments from others during the general comment period, reducing our environmental impact and supporting the mode switch from cars to bikes is important for our future, as 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions in California are from transportation. My priorities are reducing our overall environmental impact and increasing the safety for all road users throughout San Mateo, which this project accomplishes. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Swire.
Thank you, Mayor Bonilla, members of the council, and also for staff. I'm really excited that we're going to create some big change tonight. Isn't that why we run for office, why we work in the government, or why we all volunteer our time late at night? Some of my fondest memories are of biking to school with my kids, Josh and Zoe. We got some fresh air, exercised, and helped out the community. Unfortunately, biking to school ended when they started at San Mateo High. Each morning, the 5+ blocks around campus turned into a war zone, with pedestrians running through crosswalks to avoid becoming the next kid hit by a driver racing to 101 in the morning. Kids biking to school are, unfortunately, almost non-existent. We can do better than this. In the wealthiest, most progressive part of the United States, there's no reason that a child should fear riding their bike. Why is so much of the discussion about the inconvenience of walking 600 feet to find free parking? Instead, why aren't we talking about the 68-year-old cyclist who was put in a coma last year on Humboldt? You know the facts. Bike lanes save lives. Climate change will put parts of San Mateo underwater in 50 years. 60% of Palo Alto kids bike to school, but less than 2% do in San Mateo. And a city survey showed that the majority of San Mateans support this project. Please be brave and do the right thing. Some San Mateans will need to park in their private driveways, their private garages, or down the street so that we can use this public space to save another San Matean's life, to keep the community above water, and to use public resources for the greatest good. Please do the right thing and support the project as designed for implementation this spring. We spent $36,000 on studies and voted unanimously for it several times. It's not perfect, but how long do we need to wait to make it 10% better? There is no perfect location where everybody's going to welcome a loss of parking. It would be a tragedy if we make the perfect the enemy of the good and someone dies as a result. My kids won't be in high school forever. I know the cost of delay or inaction, and I hope you do too. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Seema Patel.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to note that I serve on the San Mateo Planning Commission, but my comments tonight are as a private resident of the central neighborhood. My family lives 2 blocks from the proposed bike lanes, and we strongly support this project. I understand that Move San Mateo conducted their own midnight parking counts and observed 164 open off-street parking spaces on Humboldt Street. I also understand that some landlords charge for off-street parking, which may explain why there are so many open spots in driveways and parking pads. This isn't an issue of bike lanes versus parking spaces. It's an issue of bike lanes versus free, convenient parking spaces that don't require a 600-foot walk or shuffling tandem cars. It's unfortunate that profit-maximizing landlords have created an artificial scarcity of a public resource, resulting in neighbors fighting each other over safety improvements to a street that sees 11% of all bicycle collisions in our city. In discussions about housing, I often hear comments like, "I'm not opposed to building more housing, but this project will cast shadows or increase traffic, so I don't support it." It took our state 3 decades to realize that if we veto every housing project with any impact to the local neighborhood, no homes will be built while our housing crisis worsens. It's a tragedy of the commons. Our climate doesn't have 3 decades for us to come to the same realization about bicycle infrastructure. We need to reduce vehicle miles traveled and make safety improvements now. Furthermore, I worry that by not building bicycle infrastructure, we'll create a self-fulfilling prophecy around new housing and traffic concerns. We need to take a holistic approach. We are required to enable the construction of more than 7,000 homes over the next 8 years. We need to do that in a way that doesn't also add 14,000 cars to our streets by making it safe and easy to bike instead of drive. If we fail to do that, the parking congestion and injuries are only going to get worse as more households become multifamily and more housing is built. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hede.
Hi, Julianetti here. I grew up on Humboldt and I live in the central neighborhood now. And I think a couple of points that I wanted to make is that from speaking to a lot of the people in the north central neighborhood, not everybody is opposed to this, but to a lot of people's point, they are upset because there was a lack of communication of this going on. Also, when Sue Ellen was showing the slide and she said they served 283 people, I believe the number was, that's a really low number. And I think that there are definitely more people that they could have surveyed. It could have been done better. So we're not opposed to the bike lane. I think that we can definitely, we need infrastructure to sustain us for the long run. We need that. But also, I'm kind of glad to hear that all these people coming through Humboldt and the neighborhood. Yeah, welcome to the neighborhood. It's been pretty crappy for a lot of years. And a lot of residents are pissed off about this because now they want to put a bike lane in, but what are we going to get out of it? What are the residents going to get out of it now? So fine, put the bike lane in and make it feasible for everybody. But what can we get out of it? What can the residents see as a takeaway? Right? You're taking away parking spots, fine. We can figure that out. I'm sure that we can all figure it out and we can find a way to, work it out. I have no doubt about that. But what are we going to give the residents right now to say, hey, this is what we're giving you back to pave your streets, put more lighting up. I think that's what residents want to hear and what would make people a little bit feel more better about this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ryan Monteshami.
Good evening, council members, Honorable Mayor Bonilla, Honorable Deputy Mayor Pappen. Thank you for staying up so late. I actually definitely agree with the previous commenter Haydet that it's good to consider other investments as we're considering these bike lanes. I support the bike lanes. I was proud to participate in a focus group that sought to improve outreach and conduct additional analysis for this project. I'm part of Move San Mateo, a group that has done free bike repair events, monthly rides, and has proposed through the goal-setting process free bike donation programs for low-income residents and workers in San Mateo, amongst other support programs. Moreover, I want to commend Public Works staff on dedicating their entire public outreach budget to this project over the past 4 to 5 months and to the additional nighttime parking analysis that was conducted. I think that we have to move forward while implementing this infrastructure and really taking into account the wonderful work that staff has done with the parking supply options that are listed. I think that we shouldn't lose sight of that, lose sight of the climate benefits and the safety benefits of this project that extend to the neighborhood, including all the pedestrian improvements that you're going to get by improving sight distances, by reducing vehicle travel lane widths, which reduce vehicle speeds, and by getting bikers off the sidewalk because they have a safe place to bike on the street. I also noticed that I saw a lot of green indicating overnight vacancy on Amplet. And I think that it would be interesting to consider as providing a modicum of direct relief to the neighborhood, restricted parking on places like Amplet that have more vacant parking for folks who are directly impacted by this project on Humboldt Street. So that's another thing that I might suggest. And I would just say, like, let's keep sight of the long-term goals of the city and the region while we're moving forward on this. And thank you to staff for all the great work that you have done.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Steinfeld.
Hi, I'm a bicyclist in a 2-person, 1-car household. We lived 10 years in North Central until recently. The house we rented was sold. As speakers noted, there's just so much room for addressing vehicles that don't need to be there. I wrote to you about how we got cars off the street in North Central by expanding the driveway. I know this doesn't apply to everyone. If our landlord emptied the garage, which just had dead storage, it could have occurred years earlier. Bicycling in our city is stressful. Sharrows will not be the answer. I have to look at each parked car I'm about to pass on my bike on the street to gauge if someone's about to open a door into me or pull out into me. Cyclists have died by being doored. Every week, I consider buying a car. Parked cars also require me to bicycle closer to the center of the road. That's true even up here on the hill, there's far less density. People have gotten into the habit of parking on the street. Cars have to drive around me. So please approve the bike lanes. This is what's required for a safe, progressive city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Heather Woolnick.
Hi, I wanted to thank everyone for their attention through this long event and the staff report, which I think just shows how much outreach was really done on this project. And to the point of 200 survey answers not being a lot, on the Parks and Rec Commission, we see surveys with 40 answers typically. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a San Mateo resident, not as a commissioner. And I wanted to support the project and everything else that all of the other supporters have said about this project. But I also did want to highlight that the organization move.org did have a petition and there were over 300 supporters of the project. And I wanted to make that part of the record. So I support this project and as designed and please implement it now rather than waiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no other speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank all of the commenters for giving their very heartfelt comments tonight. This is not a easy or simple subject, and so we're going to carry on now. I think I'm going to open it up to council members who may have additional questions following all that public comment. I see firsthand is Councilwoman Lee.
I'm ready for comments, but if anyone else has questions, I'll open it back up.
Okay, questions, anybody? not seeing any hands, then we'll go ahead with comments.
Okay. Long night. I appreciate all the work from staff and all of the folks who have advocated on both sides. And for those of you who are staying up with us. What I heard from community members who oppose and support the community, and I know from the council, we all have a shared goal of creating a safe and inclusive and sustainable city. I really do believe that that is what we are all committed to. And before I get into my personal take on this project, I wanted to share some information about myself so that folks can understand my lived experience and how it informs my position. So I grew up in Boston and I lived in New York City for 7 years. And then I lived in China for almost 4. And I learned how to drive, meaning that I got my license and literally got behind the wheel when I was 30 years old. So for the first 3 decades of my life, I only took public transit and I bicycled and I would bum rides from my friends and family. That was how I grew up for the first 30 years of my life. And I'm not a great driver today, but I make it work. When I was 18 years old, I lived in Allston, Massachusetts, and I would bike 5 miles to night school at Harvard. And I was hit by a car when I was biking at night. And I was thrown off my base so much so that when the man who hit me said, "Get in the car and I'll drive you to class," I got in his car. I got in a stranger's car. And thankfully, I'm alive to tell that story. And he was a good guy, but it could have turned out really differently. So I've been hit by a car as a cyclist. I live in North Central, as I've said before. My kids both walk to school and scoot to school and take the bus. I never allow them to bicycle on the street because it is unsafe. We always bike on the sidewalk. So when we talk about urgency, when we talk about safety, this is personal. These are my kids on the street. And my kids have witnessed their friend get hit by a car right in front of us. And it was very traumatizing. And that just happened a couple of years ago. I also live in the collective junkyard of our streets in North Central. Our streets are littered with abandoned vehicles that are rusted out. And I completely agree with the comments that a lack of enforcement in this neighborhood and a reactive instead of proactive approach to cleaning up our streets has severely compromised our quality of life. And I completely appreciate that there are many hardworking individuals who are running businesses that require work trucks. And there are also other people who are running businesses that are exploiting our streets and turning our streets into commercial parking lots for their businesses. So there is a misuse of the street spaces that we have. In terms of bike lanes, I feel very passionately that we need to have bike lanes across the entire city. We need to have bike lanes in North Central, and for all of the reasons around safety and collision data, that this neighborhood was prioritized, for all the reasons that we spend and invest CDGB funds in North Central because of the history of disinvestment. We need to have bike lanes and we need safety and infrastructure investments in this neighborhood. And I'm completely behind that. And I honestly, in my heart, I wish I could support this project, but I can't. It is divisive and a zero-sum solution. From my perspective, this project is based on a flawed master planning process that didn't have enough analysis about trade-offs. It is based on incomplete data about parking supply, limited analysis and input on design alternatives, and a backwards sequencing for implementation. And I'm speaking to the implementation of the bicycle lanes and the speed which we will be able to implement the parking supply programs. So with that being said, I want to assure folks that it's not this or nothing. I believe that this council can get behind a project so that we can get it right. And I do believe that there are alternatives that have not been studied. I believe that there are pre-existing conditions in this neighborhood that need more analysis and more consideration. And I think that we can get there if we commit the resources and prioritize further study of the entire neighborhood and look at alternative routes and options. You know, this might not turn into a win-win. There will probably have to be parking costs. And I accept that that is the case. And I think that, you know, as we build out what our cities needs to look like in the, you know, in the future, we need to reshape the way that we design our streets. And the fact is that, you know, there's just not enough inches to work with. We have a lot of people and a lot of needs. And so there will be hard trade-offs. But I think that this neighborhood deserves a lot more investment and consideration to implement the bicycle master plan in a way where we can at least find some consensus around a design alternative that makes sense and that people can get behind. And I don't think that we're there yet. And I think it's going to take some more time. My hope is that we can prioritize this to get it implemented within this year. Regarding the parking supply options, I have spoken to the need for red curbs and red striping. I'm fully behind that. I think that that's a really necessary step. I have very serious concerns about the driveway apron as a solution. Strong reservations. I'm not sure that that's a great idea. I would really support us exploring the shared parking lots. And I would say that I think that this could be a really key opportunity to support some of our workforce that has work trucks. A lot of those folks are parking their trucks on the street and they're getting robbed. And so they're looking for better parking solutions themselves that are more secure. And I think that if we could use this opportunity to supply some safe and secure overnight parking for some of our workers, that would be such an asset for our North Central, and it would alleviate a lot of the pressure that's on the street. I would like us to look into sort of a revamped version of the residential permit parking program for North Central. As it's currently conceived, it's not a fit. And a lot of our streets are ineligible because of the commercial parking driver, or I can't remember. it's getting late. Anyways, so there are certain criteria that we need to meet to be eligible for that program. And I don't think the majority of North Central would even be eligible for it. So it would require going back and really reshaping that program to fit with this neighborhood. That will take time and investment to do that. And I think that's time well spent. And I think the community having input in that would be very beneficial. Of course, I would love to see a more robust rollout of the Get Around program. You know, it's a nice service to have. It is not a you know, it's not an end all be all solution for seniors in this community, but it's for sure a great service. I don't support the stall markings. I don't see that as really being a benefit in this neighborhood. And I also wanted to just mention while I have the floor is I think that if we were to do a neighborhood level sort of circulation study, what the things that I think would be great to include would be a look at, you know, where there might be opportunities to lower speed limits. You know, lowering speed limits is a proven way of improving safety. And I think, you know, there's been talk about, you know, even lowering speed limits throughout the whole city. And this council, you know, really drove forward an initiative recently to lower speed limits around schools. And, you know, I think that as we roll out, there are probably some lessons that we can learn from that. And I think it would be interesting to see how that could be applied to the streets that we have bike lanes. And so, you know, thinking sort of more broadly about how we can calm traffic, slow down cars more holistically would be great. I heard from the neighbors during public comment, and, you know, in my own experience, I would agree there are other traffic calming, pedestrian safety investments, including lighting, including repairing our, you know, our broken sidewalks, and you know, and like fixing the flooding issues on our streets. I mean, there's a number of things that need to get improved in North Central. And I'll just end, you know, with the point about enforcement. I really think that I understand that there are capacity issues in terms of enforcement and cost issues. I do feel on a personal level, and I think that there's a collective sort of shared experience that that the traffic enforcement and the parking enforcement in North Central, it does not feel parallel to the rest of the city in the experience that we have on a daily basis. I talk to constituents all the time who are calling in multiple times over many, many days, asking for abandoned vehicles to be removed, and feeling like that those calls are falling on deaf ears, and wondering, you know, is it because I'm in this neighborhood? Why is the response time so long? You know, why do I have to hound people to get an answer? And that really does breed mistrust. And I think that the mistrust and the disappointment and some of the grading that this community has lived with for a long time is coming to surface in this project. And so my hope is that the silver lining of all of this is that we can harness this energy and harness this moment to commit to the investments that this neighborhood and that North Central deserves. And so I hope that council will join me in supporting a neighborhood circulation study that would include outreach, that would include community input on different design alternatives, so that we can weigh trade-offs and that we can implement a north-south and east-west bike lane in North Central this year. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. I see Eric Rodriguez has his hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I have, I think, over 2 pages of thoughts I wanted to share, but given the late hour and out of respect for all of your time, I'm going to get right to the point. When I first ran for office and over the last several years of proposing priorities, 3 priorities that I have ran on and proposed have been working hard towards addressing worsening traffic, taking tangible action to improve pedestrian and cyclist safety, and ensuring San Mateo continues to be a leader in fighting climate change, among others. And I honestly feel that voting against this plan would be going against all 3 of these priorities and ideals. I feel that if we are unable to move forward with this first big step in implementing our bicycle master plan, in an area of our city where bike ped safety is the worst, our entire plan would be at risk and may never come to fruition. Yes, our roads were primarily built for and reserved for automobiles, but just as we decided to allocate a small percentage of our downtown streets for our pedestrian plaza, I think it's fair to allocate a very small percentage of our streets for alternative modes of transportation. If and when the entire bike master plan finally gets implemented, I think our entire city will eventually benefit by all the additional transportation options, and it will help reduce greenhouse gases at the same time. So I'm going to be voting for this project, and to mitigate the impacts of these bike lanes, I'm in favor of some or all of the mitigation options presented by staff, especially doing whatever we can do to create a residential parking permit program or anything else that we might come up with to make this happen. But I feel pretty strongly that this is the right move for the entire city of San Mateo.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Rodriguez. Other council members, please step up to the plate. Okay, then I can go, and I will. I want to say that I'm sorry this is such a struggle and has turned people in this particular neighborhood turned out to be strongly one way or the other here. But I'm also very sad that so many people have been injured on our roads and that we're suffering from ever increasing damage, not only to through emissions from cars, buses, trains, and trucks. But it's not just traffic or congestion. It's things like asthma. I got an email last night from a young woman, a student at Burlingame High School, who's suffering from asthma. And I know that I've seen the statistics. And we have to cut the cars down. Okay, we have to end the single occupancy vehicle. We have to move to alternative modes. We have to ride 2 or 3 in a car to get to work. You can make those arrangements if you go online to commute.org. It's very easy to do. You can find people there who are looking to share a ride to go to someplace near where you work. I want to say that all of the mitigation things that I saw listed, I'm gonna abbreviate my comments too. I support, including parking alternatives, the many different ways that is planned to be done now. I don't think it's perfect, and I like what Councilmember Goethel said earlier regarding, could we do something now and then go back and study more and come back with further improvements? And I think that's definitely a very viable path. We should not drop the improvements from our workload that need to be made in this neighborhood. Now, the street lighting is important. The improvements at intersections is important. If we need some additional stop signs, we should look at that. And I think the exceptional lack of safety that we see on this stretch of road on Humboldt, especially, even though I know the warrants that are typically used to determine whether a stop sign is able to be put at a particular location. If we don't make those warrants, I don't care. I think we should put the stop signs in. We have to slow it down. And I think I've been the biggest proponent of slowing speed limits, not only at the school zones, but across the city to 20 miles per hour, because allowing a driver and or pedestrian to see each other earlier while a car is moving slower will save people's lives. And making safe bike lanes will save people's lives. And not everybody can afford a car. We fought in 2016 to raise the minimum wage for I think a lot of the people who live in North Central who ride bicycles to work at restaurants and at other locations where the wages continue to be, well, I think they're $16 an hour now. But compared to the $37 an hour it takes to live with a moderate standard of living here in San Mateo, that's nowhere near what somebody needs. And that's still why we have overcrowding. So all of these concerns I'm raising are interconnected. And part of that puzzle, though, is making it safe for people to walk and bike on the streets. So for those reasons, I'm going to go ahead and say that I think this is a good plan, but this is an update, and I'm hoping to see improvements before we get these updates. I know we're going to be asked to improve the road work now, and I think the road work needs to be done regardless. But before we go ahead and actually take that part of the street for a lane, I would like to see us do some more research during the interim, because I know this is coming back to us. We need to be able to have some further discussion, but I want to see these bike lanes go. And I just want to find a better way to do it, though, because I hear Councilmember Lee's words, and I feel the pain on both sides there as we listen to all the discussion tonight. So those are my thoughts for now. Thank you. Councilmember Goethals.
Apologies. Could I clarify a few things, Mayor?
Sure.
So the request tonight is, so you all approved to award the contract. And so the paving work has proceeded, but that contract ends. So we need a decision tonight on whether we implement the bicycle improvements or not. If the vote is to not, then we negotiate a change order to eliminate that scope of work from the contract. So we do need an answer tonight, given where we are with the paving work and with the other improvements.
So I'm looking at the agenda. It says North Central Bike Lane Project update. And then in the verbiage that's shown on the agenda, it doesn't talk about needing a decision here tonight. It says receive an update on the North Central Bike Lane Project, which includes Humboldt, blah, blah, blah. I can go on.
So we do need a decision on the scope of work because it will require a change to the contract.
And through the mayor, just to clarify, what I was proposing is that we amend the motion to do a neighborhood circulation study and fast track that effort so that we can look at alternative design options and get the neighborhood to weigh in on them. And also that would allow us to implement a better sequenced project that would have the parking supply programs in place before the bicycle lanes are implemented.
If I may offer in terms of the timeline. If the council makes that decision, I just want to clarify sort of expectations of what can be done in the year. We have a staff of 4 that includes Sue Ellen and Nikki, Bethany, and Mike Cato. We have the complete streets plan to do. So I just want to share that from a timing perspective, it would be extremely difficult.
Thank you, Azalea. Before we go much farther, maybe we should just see what other council members think. So go ahead, Council Member Goldfuss.
I have been reviewing this plan for quite some time, and we've gone back and forth on it numerous times. I've heard from hundreds, maybe over 1,000 people who are deeply concerned about losing their parking spaces, which is obviously an exaggeration on the scope of the project. I, too, am very committed to multimodal transportation, to protecting the safety of pedestrians and bicyclists, making safe routes to schools. I think that dedicated bike lanes are essential. Sharrows are not bike lanes. And I think the way that this neighborhood is torn is a reflection of the fact that we have not brought the community with us in understanding the importance of the project and how it needs to be implemented. So I'm open to delaying or resequencing the project in a way that allows us to help this neighborhood come with us on this journey, because bike lanes are important. Bicycle safety is essential. I want to do it in a way that serves this neighborhood best and not just implement it on them in a way that that comes with a backlash that we're not prepared for, that ends up taking one step forward and 2 steps back. Those are my concerns.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Goldfuss. And Councilmember Pappan, or Vice Mayor Pappan, please.
The year will be over and you'll get it right, I promise.
I promise.
So Councilmember Lee, I want to make sure I understand what you might be suggesting here. And it is that you would like to see, in lieu of deciding tonight, you'd like to see a circulation study. And I guess Councilmember Goldfuss and Mayor Bonilla, you would like to see more community buy-in that you think can happen, perhaps if we do this circulation study. Is that kind of the read I'm getting from everyone?
You know what, I'd like to clarify for a minute, okay? I do think we should go forward with the plan, but I think we should take immediate action to further study what else can be done to improve the situation there, especially with regard to parking, with regard to towing away work trucks, with regard to towing away abandoned cars, with enforcing the law. I think all those things need to happen. But I think, you know, like I said, for safety reasons, we need a bike lane there. So.
Okay. And so, Councilmember Lee, getting back to your suggestion, it was circulation study not proceed at this moment, correct?
Correct. At this point, the way that the decision point is framed, where the implementation would be slated for April 11th, the vast majority of the parking supply options would not have been tested or implemented. That to me is a serious problem in our sequencing. And I think that it's an undue cost to to the neighborhood that has the highest concentration in terms of our population. It has the highest percentage of overcrowding. It has the most impacted parking in the entire city. So we know that this neighborhood is already in a parking deficit. I'm very troubled that that we would be moving forward with the project without having the parking supply programs in place. That is my concern. And I think that there's a lot of safety improvements. I mean, what I keep on trying to reiterate is that, this council is very committed to safety improvements and pedestrian safety improvements. Those investments are still possible. It's not this or nothing, right? The CDGB funding is there for us to use and prioritize as we see fit. So I hear, in terms of the hierarchy of need, there's a trust that's been broken that needs to be repaired. There's a sequencing problem that hasn't been resolved and that won't be resolved in the proposed proposed implementation plan. And I lost my third point. It's 12:30.
Okay, no, I appreciate, if you remember while I'm talking, feel free to just interrupt me. You have articulated my concerns, and especially with this neighborhood not feeling heard. That has bothered me all along. And I'm telling you, it's been full court press from the bike enthusiasts, and I get what they're saying, and I hear them loud and clear. So this has been a very difficult one for me, because I see the need for the bike lane. I think it'd be fantastic, but I've been very uncomfortable with the neighborhood not feeling heard. And you articulate it very well. And so I'm having reservations about approving it because of this idea of the alternatives to the parking. One of the things that I have talked about with one of the proponents of the bike lane is, can we get some permitted parking on Amplet, perhaps for the oversized vehicles or the vehicles that aren't going to be moved that regularly? And let's see if those alternatives, like you've suggested, Councilmember Lee, can those work before you start taking the parking away? So those are some of the things that I would like to see explored in that sequence, because then you're, as you said, Councilmember Goldels, your sensitivity to the neighborhood is being taken into account, and we're getting them buy-in that we need. So I love the idea of the bike lane. I'm having a hard time not voting yes right now, but I am really concerned about this neighborhood not feeling heard, especially given the parking shortages that are there. I mean, I've been struggling with this for a good long while here, and hearing your remarks tonight may have tipped me away from approving it tonight, because I want that buy-in. I know it can't be perfect, but this neighborhood is very impacted and needs to be heard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pappen. Can I just add, I think that I think at one point we were trying to understand what is the staff's feedback about a potential circulation study and looking at alternative designs. And I wanted to ask for more clarification. I think, my impression is that the will of the council is that we want to see this move forward. We want to prioritize north, south, east, west bike lanes, and that we also acknowledge that there's pre-existing conditions in this neighborhood that might not have been adequately factored in, and there's probably alternative designs that, with the expertise of a consultant who specializes in, in designing bike lanes and is up to speed on like the best ways to do this, that we could benefit from that kind of expertise to look at design options. I mean, there was, Deputy Mayor Pappin's idea of the, sacrificing a sidewalk. I mean, I've talked about, what if we were to stack the bike lanes together and have two directional, in parallel, like adjacent to each other. There's the ideas of having, north on one street and south on another street. There's a lot of, there's the one-way idea that Councilmember Goldels was talking about. There's a lot of different ideas that could be considered. And I think that looking at the neighborhood comprehensively and holistically, we could probably get to some alternatives that the neighborhood could get behind, or at least make more informed decisions about trade-offs, and feel like they had a real chance to weigh in. So, Drew, did you want to?
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, I think we're hearing the feedback. I think it's unrealistic at this point to sit here tonight or this morning and say we can do that by the end of the year. It's not feasible for me to sit here and say that. We simply don't have unlimited resources. And to me, the next step would be for staff to get together and figure out what this would look like, and then come back to council with what kind of resources it would take, what kind of funds it would take to bring on a consultant, what the timeline would look like, and then what's not going to get done. Because we can't add this to an already significant list of council priorities and have something not give. Something has to give. And if this is the priority, that's absolutely fine. We will attack it with everything we have, but something is going to have to give. Several things will likely have to give. So my advisement would be, if that's the direction tonight, would be for the next step for us to go look into what that's going to look like and bring it back so that council is fully aware of kind of what kind of staff and priority trade-offs are going to have to be made in order to execute to this.
I think it's best for us to make an informed decision about that. But what I hear from, I think, the majority of the council members is that it's worth asking that question.
Can I suggest an additional alternative? Because most of what we're talking about seems to have to do with the Humboldt area. There's also the project that goes from El Camino across on Delaware, down on Indian, past the school, which is a good east-west passage and connects at least to San Mateo High School from the west side of El Camino. I'm wondering if we might be able to think about at least approving that much work. Comments?
I'm personally not there. Sorry, I interrupted you, Eric.
Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I would just say that, of course, I think the full project is better than, I would say that, I'm getting this mixed up. The half of the project, I think, is better than nothing, in my opinion. And I do think that the east-west connection is a huge pain point, and we might get 50% of the benefit of this entire project with only, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but maybe 25% of the costs. So that would be a proposal I'd be willing to support as well. Of course, I think I really think that I wanted to hear everybody out, but we say time and time again that our bicycle master plan is important to us. And if we do not approve it this evening, how are we going to get anything else approved later on? I mean, it's going to be really challenging. And I understand that this is a difficult decision. I really do. And I don't hold it against anybody that's taken the opposite view, because I understand it. And this was tough for me as well. But I do think that if we are standing by what we say after every prioritization session, Blue Sky, that the bicycle master plan is important to us. I mean, there were quotes of council members talking about this like 7 years ago. And so I do think that get some points on the board would be definitely better than completely, saying we're going to do something later, but it's probably never going to happen thinking realistically. So it's a long way of saying I support that idea from the mayor.
Thank you. I want to add something else, because I just heard the city manager, he can't give any guarantees that even by the end of a year, he would be able to come back with a meaningful plan that would move us forward. And I think even given, the comments we've heard tonight, that at this point, something that moves us forward with creating a meaningful part of our bicycle master plan is valuable. And we have east and west, we have north and south on that side of town. I know we have to complete the rest of our bicycle master plan. There's a lot of work yet to do, but we're not making any progress. So we need to actually get over the hurdle where I think people realize that we're serious about doing this. And like I say, we need to have the police enforcement to clear some of the barricades, some of the hurdles that are there. We need to work with, after we do this, we have lots of other work we need to do. So we need to learn from this experience and take and learn to work better with the public. And we do need to, like I say, come back to this neighborhood and provide lighting that provides pedestrian and street level lighting. We need to provide other improvements that will make this neighborhood more safe, more walkable, more comfortable, and the stop sign at Santa Ynez, like I said. So anyway, repeating myself. Those are some of my additional thoughts. Who else? We're cogitating.
Yes, while people are thinking, I have a question. What is the breakdown in parking spaces lost between the east and west part of it and the north and south part of it, if you have that?
I actually think that, yeah, go ahead.
Sue Ellen, do you have it? 43 on Poplar,
Yeah.
43 spaces lost on Poplar. Humboldt, it's 170.
Okay. So it wasn't that far off. It's about 20% lot of.
And I drove down Indian late last night, and I saw a lot of spaces available on Indian. So I think the east-west Poplar, Delaware, Indian to Humboldt is viable at this point. But I think it would be better to do the whole project. So, but we need at least one other council member. Deputy Mayor Pappan.
The east-west, how much would that cost? And what are you taking away? 46?
43.
43.
What about this idea that you're going to do the same thing on Santa Ynez? Didn't one of the speakers talk about that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. One of the speakers had said something about you were going to do the same thing on East Santa Ynez. Did that have any merit? No. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Santa Ynez is proposed as a bicycle boulevard, and it dead ends at Delaware. So it doesn't provide the full east-west connectivity that the Poplar to Indian route does.
And how much is that part?
How much is the Poplar portion? I think Azalea has that.
So the total, it's $500,000 for the complete bicycle improvements. We don't have the breakdown on Poplar, but we can assume it's approximately half.
Can we approve Poplar tonight and bring bring the rest of the project back in March at the next meeting.
May I offer some schedule information?
Sure.
So the contractor, so we have the schedule. Let's see, it's a little bit challenging because of the type of work that's being done, the slurry seal and the grinding and paving. We would have to go back to see if we could delay the contractor and make that decision on Humboldt at a later time. I'm not sure we can do that without incurring delay costs. So the direction we are seeking is whether the improvements are implemented, whether half of them are implemented or whether they're not implemented, so that we can give the contractor the direction on the improvements and so that we can meet the deadlines without incurring additional delays. So I don't know if we have the time to come back, but I can. My guess is, given the way their scheduling has worked, that it would be a bit difficult to delay them even further. But that can be done. It's just that they're just, delay costs that we would have to incur.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the project as laid out before us, with the exception of the parking Ts that would reduce parking spaces, not approve that part, but approve the red striping, red tipping, the parking alternatives, the enforcement of the on-street parking of the vehicles that don't belong there, and all those other things that have been listed and discussed tonight. And that's a motion. Do I get a second?
I will second that.
Madam Clerk, let's try the vote.
May I make sure I understand it? I'm sorry. It's to do everything but Humboldt? Is that basically what you just said?
Everything except the parking Ts, right? Those little marks that show parking spaces, because those would reduce the number of available parking spaces. But otherwise, the project as it's presented.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, when you say the project as presented, you mean the staff recommendation as identified? Okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Bonilla?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Goethals?
I'm going to vote yes with reservations.
Councilmember Lee?
No.
Deputy Mayor Pappen?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
That was a bitter pill, but we've got over that for now. We have one last item. It's item 14, Department Head, Deputy Director's Compensation Plan Amendment.
Mr. Mayor, you have a requirement to read into the statement into the record. Would you like me to read that for you, or?
Oh. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't see it right now. Could you please?
Yes, sir. As required by California Government Code Section 54953, Section C3, the following is a summary of the recommended final action on changes to the salaries, salary schedules, and fringe benefit and compensation for the city's department heads and deputy directors effective March 6, 2022. The salary ranges for the department head and deputy director classifications shall be increased by 4%.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
So I believe in front of you, you had a resolution to approve.
Right. We're looking for a motion.
Before you take a motion, Mr. Mayor, would suggest checking if there's any public comment on this item.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Attorney, any public comment on this item number 14?
Mr. Mayor, I have no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Back to the council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Can we have the vote, Madam Clerk?
I'm so sorry, I didn't hear the second.
Second.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Goethals.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Pappen.
Yes.
Mayor Bonilla.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And we're near the end of the meeting. We're looking at reports and announcements. Do any council members have any reports or announcements for this late hour? I don't think I see any. How about staff? Drew? City Attorney? Anybody? None. Okay. Seeing that, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Good night.